Hey everyone, welcome to Firescale Audiobooks. If you enjoy the audiobooks, don't forget to subscribe to the channel. If you'd like to support us further, consider becoming a Patreon member. As a member, you'll gain the ability to request the next part of a novel audiobook I've uploaded, depending on your Patreon tier.
Clank. H-A-A-A. H-A-A-A. I felt a lump in my throat as I heavily gasped for air. I felt lightheaded and my muscles were screaming from the strain. Even so, I felt satisfied. It's something. I could see myself progressing. There was still a lot of work to do, and I was still far from reaching something concrete, but I'm getting there. I wasn't sure when, but I knew it was bound to happen. But the question was, how do I progress from here? I had the concept down in my mind. What I wanted to achieve, and where to begin. However, what I lacked was a fundamental understanding of the concept. How exactly was I supposed to improve this new technique that I had just started learning? Step. I stepped forward and let the mana flow around my body. Unlike last time, I didn't call for the chains and simply moved my feet forward and left. The entire time I simply focused on the mana flow. There was a certain mana flow that I needed to follow for this to work. For what reason was the mana flow necessary? The answer was simple. To reinforce the muscles and build up power. There was a massive difference between doing a regular punch and punching with a mana flow. In this case, the flow was necessary to smoothly transition the power of the action between each movement. Transitioning between each movement without a mana flow typically led to a loss in power and momentum. The mana flow was added to supplement such a flaw. I yet again stopped. Something isn't quite right. Ignoring the pain that was currently gripping my hands, I thought back to the mana flow and movement. I felt like there was something missing from the entire action. The problem was that I couldn't quite grasp the reasoning behind the feeling. Is it the movement or myself? I wasn't sure, but it felt as though something was missing from the entire movement. An extra step. Is it? I tried and frowned. From the left to the right step. It flowed smoothly, but I felt like something was missing. The transition can be better. I ruffled my hair. Am I being paranoid? I tried again, but nothing changed. It was obvious that I wasn't skilled enough to understand. I tried a couple of more times, but the result was the same. In the end, I could only give up. I'll leave it at that for now. Such little detail was for the more skilled version of me. Right now, I was far from skilled enough to tell. I think the flaw exists, but I'm just too weak to tell. I'll leave it at this for now. Stretching my arms, I went ahead and started practicing again. Swoosh. I only stopped when I heard the professor's voice echo from the distance. Time's up. Everyone, place your report cards on the table over here. You may collect them after everyone has handed theirs in. I looked at my report card with a frown. Although I tried my best, I wasn't sure if it was enough. The report card comprised 4 categories: observations, pros, weaknesses, and conclusion. This task wasn't just to help us learn about ourselves, but it was also to help us better understand how others practiced and learned. It was an exercise that benefited all parties involved. I had a hard time filling the weaknesses area considering that it was an area that was outside of my expertise. Even so, thinking back to the movements that he had shown me, I could deduct a few things. Good thing I spent some time observing him. I placed my report card on the table where all the other report cards were placed. There were quite a few. In the end, I was rather grateful for this training session. I was able to learn something due to it. I guess I should start observing others as well. If I could learn something from Leon, then could I also learn something from the others? Quite frankly, I didn't care about my pride. If it meant helping me grow stronger, I was prepared to ask those who disliked me for some advice. Pride was meaningless when one had a goal. You may collect your report card. Once all the report cards were handed over, the professor mixed them up a bit, and ordered us to form a line to pick up our own cards. I sort of understood where he was coming from by making this an anonymous observation report. With everyone not knowing who their observer was, they could be as harsh and critical as possible. The harsher one was, the more critical they were of someone's flaw. In a way, if a cadet took the criticism seriously, then there was a chance that they might be able to improve a lot. Such were my thoughts as I headed for the desk and picked up my card. This one. Julian Dacre Ivinus, Observation Report. Picking up the card, I moved aside before carefully opening it. As expected. It was harsh. Observation. Julian appears to be practicing a new movement technique. From how rigid his movements are, I believe that this is the first time that he's tried such a move. There are glaring flaws in almost everything he is doing. It went on a long rant about how I was doing a lot of unnecessary movements, and that I was overreaching. Nothing I didn't expect. Pros. Interesting concept. Weaknesses. Unstable control of mana. Poor form and lack of connection between movements. Lacks physical fitness to follow up on the movements. A lot of wasted movements. Conclusion. Maybe due to his experimentation with a new technique, his manipulation of mana and physical form fell far below par. His actions lacked fluidity, and the mana seemed disjointed in its flow. My recommendation is for him to prioritize refining his control. Once he hones his ability to concentrate on mana flow and prevents it from dispersing between actions, then. The note ended there. Then what? I flipped the paper over to check if there was more to it, but nothing. What? I flipped the paper again, but regardless of where I looked, the note ended there. I frowned and stared intently at the report card. I thought about reporting it to the professor but chose against it. Are they implying that when I fix this problem it'll be something good? That was perhaps what the pause implied. Either way, I knew what to do now. Practice my mana flow and control. I noticed it too while I was practicing. I wasn't quite able to get a grasp on what it was that was making it hard for me to connect the forms, but the report card made it clearer to me. Phew. Taking a deep breath, I put the card away and looked into the distance. There I caught a glimpse of Leon. Staring at the report card in his hand, he wore a frown. Ha! I almost laughed as I recalled what I had written. Does he think I'm spewing bullshit? He could very well be. I wouldn't blame him. But I thought it was something that I needed to write. Perhaps there was some truth to what I had written. Maybe he'll come to thank me later, or maybe he'll completely ignore it. That was up to him to interpret. Leon looked at the report card in his hands and carefully read it. While he wasn't sure who his analyst was, he had an idea. He was curious as to what he'd say. Leon Ellert, Observation Report. Observation. Leon practices a sophisticated technique characterized by a seamless flow and interconnected movements that focus on small movements and low mana exertion. The report was long and detailed. Leon was a little surprised by what he saw. However, it was just the standard talk. There was nothing new to him. Pros. Seamless transition. Well practiced. It's apparent that the cadet has practiced the move thousands of times in the past. Weaknesses. None that I saw or am capable of seeing. Leon paused there. I can't fault him there. The technique that he was practicing was called the Dance of the Whirlwind. Unlike mages who learned spells that were ranked from beginner to perfected, users who practiced the body classification learned techniques or arts. They too had ranks to them. From 1 to 5 stars. And unlike spells, they also didn't require a person to have a certain level of strength to practice them. The Dance of the Whirlwind was a secret art that he had managed to chance upon. The rank was unknown, but Leon was sure that it was high. It'd be odd if Julian saw any flaws with his art. Not impossible, but also very unlikely. He continued to read the report. Conclusion. There isn't much to elaborate on. It appears impeccable in every aspect. It could be my limitations preventing me from identifying any flaws or offering constructive feedback. However, I do notice a concealed issue within the movement. A segment appears to be absent in the progression from the left to the right step. While some attempts have been made to remedy it, there still seems to be some lag. Leon's eyes paused on the last remarks. His entire body shook. Flaw. Left to right step. He found a hard time trying to describe the current situation. It wasn't because he was wrong, but because he was right. How did he know? Leon recalled that he had only spent 10 minutes observing him. Had he figured something out in the 10 minutes that he had been observing him? Or was there something else? How does this make sense? Leon wasn't shocked because he didn't know about the flaw. He did in fact know about the flaw. The art was incomplete with a few missing pages. He had already done his best to mend it and cover it. That being said, how did he figure it out? It wasn't something that was supposed to be figured out with just a few moments of observation. An idea suddenly struck Leon all of a sudden. Does he? He stopped there and took a deep breath. He didn't jump to conclusions immediately. However, he couldn't stop himself from breathing more heavily. Perhaps. 10 p.m. I reached the entrance of the academy, where all that greeted me was the vast forest that loomed around it. A figure stood waiting for me near it. Dressed in all black, she seamlessly blended with the darkness. Do you have it? I've got the goods. I took out a bar and handed it to her. She nodded in satisfaction. No, wait. Why does this feel so wrong? Come with me. I'll lead you to a place. Where AR-. Before I could finish speaking, she placed her hand over my shoulder and the scenery changed. Swoosh. Swoosh. The heavy sound of water falling echoed within my ears as a large waterfall appeared in my vision. Where? This is where you'll be training, Delilah said in a flat voice. I looked up at her, unsure of what she was trying to imply. We were perched atop a modest hill overlooking a basin of water below. A waterfall cascaded into it, its steady rumble echoing all around us. You said you wanted to grow fast, correct? I swallowed before nodding. Cracks displayed on her indifferent face as she pointed toward the waterfall. There's something beyond there. Beyond the waterfall. It'll be what you're looking for. However. She paused and looked at me. A thin smile displayed on her face. It's going to push you to your limit. It might even be quite dangerous. Are you sure you want to do it? I'm not forcing you. The decision is up to you. No, I'll go. I didn't hesitate with my answer. This much was obvious to me. Delilah nodded. Okay. And nudged toward the waterfall with her chin. Go. I quietly nodded my head. Without hesitation, I jumped down the small cliff. Splash. For growth. Splash. I felt my body sink deeply into the cold water. At first, the cold took me aback, hitting me like a truck and taking my breath away. However, I slowly started to get accustomed to it. Hua. Emerging from the water, I took a deep breath. Hoo. Hew. It was extremely dark outside, and I could hardly see my surroundings. I felt an eerie sense of dread floating in the pond. The water was inky black, and as I circled my hands and legs to keep me afloat, I felt a nagging feeling at the back of my mind. What if I'm not the only living being on this basin? The thought sent chills down my spine. Taking another deep breath, I threw those thoughts away. In hindsight, I was indeed a little hasty with my decision to jump down. How much could I truly trust Delilah? But at the same time, I understood something. If she really wanted to get rid of me, she wouldn't need to go through all this trouble. It was the only reason why I felt like she wasn't lying to me. Go near the waterfall. Beyond it, you'll find a cave. Go there. Delilah's soft voice reached my ear from where I was. I looked around me to determine where her voice came from but realized it was coming from nowhere. It was in my head. There were so many things that I wanted to ask, but chose to remain silent and just followed her instructions. Waterfall, cave. I repeated the same 2 words in my mind. While I had never played that many games before, the waterfall cave scenario was still something that I knew about. It was a cliché scenario. Typically, however, one would find treasures beyond the cave. Wasn't sure I'd find a treasure. Roar. The roar of the waterfall became more pronounced the closer I got to it, drumming loudly inside of my mind as I tried my best to ignore the sound and move forward. It was loud and I struggled to move forward. The current continued to drag me back. Shit. I found myself expending considerable energy attempting to navigate past the waterfall. My attempt to dive beneath it was short-lived, lasting only a few seconds in the dark and chilling depths below. Hua. Coming out of the water, I took a deep breath. This? How was I supposed to get past this? Go on. What are you waiting for? Delilah's voice once again echoed in my head. I wanted to grumble but decided against it and just pushed forward with all my might. There was no roundabout way of going about this. I had to get past it through sheer power and stamina. Ugh. I eventually did manage to cross the waterfall, but it came at a cost. H-A-A-A. 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 I collapsed onto a small rocky platform, gasping for breath. Movement was difficult and my body felt utterly drained, limp with exhaustion. My lungs were on fire and my entire body was cold. My soaking wet clothes made the situation even worse as it added to the cold. Probably should have stripped beforehand. Shit. The worst part of the situation was that I knew this was merely the start. As expected, Delilah's words reached me shortly after. You don't have much time. Once you've recovered, head into the cave. Ah. Blankly staring up and hearing the roar of the waterfall not so far from me, I forced myself up and staggered into the cave. I was tired and almost out of breath. However, this meant nothing if it meant that I could get stronger. I wonder what type of training this I dash. I stopped the moment that I set foot in the cave. Ah. I didn't know how to react. Looking ahead, my body shuddered. More than a dozen pairs of eyes glared at me with unmistakable hostility. I felt my skin crawl. And then. Number. 2 slender, childlike legs wobbled precariously at the edge of a small cliff, while 2 deep, inky eyes were fixated on the distant cascade of the waterfall. Number. The small childlike figure was none other than Delilah, who savored the taste of the bar in her hands. It was sweet, crunchy, and slurp. She wiped the corner of her lips. Just the thought was making her salivate. There was a reason why she liked to turn into a child. It was so that she could savor the bar better. With a smaller body, she could take more time eating it and enjoying it. I'm smart like that. There was a strict restriction on her that prevented her from purchasing any chocolate bars. It was something imposed on her because of an incident in the past. It was for this reason that the bars were extremely precious to her. More than any money in the world. Number. Her legs continued to wobble. Beyond the waterfall, she could see a figure. He was currently struggling by himself fighting against a dozen or so monsters. The cave he was in was a famous training ground for cadets. With monsters belonging to the mirror dimension, it served to provide the cadets with real-life experience. Strictly speaking, the cadets were only allowed to enter the cave after the first half of the first year. However, considering how much he wanted to improve, she decided to let him be. Of course. She had a goal in mind with this. Observe his skills. Oh. Her hands halted as she observed several slender threads extending from his arm. They wrapped around his arm, and scattered around the cave, limiting the space available for the monsters to approach him. Not only that. He's merged the skill with a spell. How intriguing. It wasn't a unique concept or anything like that. However, it was certainly not something that all cadets knew how to do. In this case, it also provided him with breathing space, as the monsters didn't directly pounce him from all sides. Not bad. Such was her current evaluation. Not bad. Another change unfolded as a chain materialized on his opposite hand. With one hand ensnaring the monsters with threads to impede their movements, he wielded the chains on his other hand adeptly, simultaneously defending and launching attacks. Shifting between attack and offense. What grabbed Delilah's attention was his footwork. It was raw. However, there was something to them. In a way, it appeared to be the key to his transition between his offense and defense. The more Delilah watched, the more surprised she became. She fell silent, silently observing Julian in the distance. It was obvious that he had just learned this method given how rigid some of his movements were, but what would happen were he to master everything? Just how much stronger would he become? Lost in her own thoughts, Delilah didn't realize that her grip over the bar had faltered. Ah! By the time she realized, the bar had dropped from her grasp. Ah no! Delilah reached out for it, but given her small stature, she was unable to grab it. Her little hands were simply useless. While there were advantages to her polymorph skill, there were also disadvantages. One such disadvantage was that her powers were reduced, and it would take several seconds for her to change back. In the silence that unfolded around her, Delilah could only watch in despair as the bar dropped to the ground. Plop! The bar sank deeply into the water, blending with the darkness surrounding it. With her ability, Delilah could still see the bar. It was sinking deeper and deeper into the basin. The sweet and savory bar. The rich, smooth texture that melted in her tongue. The satisfying snap that came with each bite. Ah! Delilah leaned back and blankly stared at the sky. Gaze, sadness. I've mastered it. In a dark room belonging to the Curtain Call Collective, a lone figure sat before a wooden desk that was dimly lit by a small lamp. The sound of her pen scratching against paper reverberated throughout the room, punctuating the intense seriousness etched onto her face. Almost a dozen different papers were scattered across the room. Olga found herself in a very dangerous situation. The script was ready. She had already handed it to the Board of Admission. However, no, I have to. It was supposed to have already been perfect. However, as she recalled the performance of the cadet, she found herself unable to sleep. His performance. It was just that impactful. It perfectly captured the essence of Azaria's. In fact, his performance added a depth that she herself hadn't seen. He's only got 3 scenes. It wasn't enough. She craved to see more of his performance. It might ruin everything, but I can't help myself. The script was perfect in every way. She was confident she'd be able to receive her first 5-star grade, but I need more. Of Azaria's. Of the cadet who played Azaria's. All writers wanted to create masterpieces. Even if they were confident that what they had was already a masterpiece, if a chance to improve the script further presented itself, they'd jump at the opportunity. Olga was one such writer. Asterisk. Olga, who was obsessed with her script, spent the entire night making adjustments to the script, adding and removing scenes continuously. She was a perfectionist. Unless all scenes seamlessly flowed together, she wasn't going to accept the scenes. Thus, ever since the practice, she spent the entire week holed up in her room trying to improve the script. Asterisk. Exactly 1 week after holing herself up in her room, Olga stood up from her seat. Done. A full script appeared in front of her. It was at least a few pages thicker compared to the normal script. This meant that the play was going to run for longer than intended. That in itself was going to cause a little bit of trouble. It's worth it. The adjustments were perfect. Azarias, who was supposed to be just a minor character, suddenly had a bigger role to play. He was still a minor villain. However, he now had incredible depth. Not only that, but she hadn't just changed his scenes. Olga had made minor changes to make the character more consistent with Julian. Haha, this is... Massaging her eyes, Olga pressed on the small orb beside her. Rodney, I need a favor. I want you to call the committee over. I'd like to present a new script and... She paused for a short moment, tracing the new script over with her eyes. I'd like for the committee to grade the play during the festival. The week continued like that. Each night, at the same time, I'd go to the entrance of the academy where I would be brought to the cave where... Ugh! I suppressed a groan and wrapped my arm. Blood was leaking, staining the cloth in red. How long do I have to do this for? I looked around me. It was dark, but I could see the dozen or so corpses littered on the ground. A putrid smell lingered in the air, forcing me to wince at times. Despite the many hours I had spent in this place, I could still not get used to the smell. It was that strong. Hugh. Taking a deep breath, I suppressed the pain and stood up. Looking at my watch, I sighed and extended my hand. Thin, almost untraceable threads spread out from my forearm, circling each finger before moving out the area around me. Hiding around the crevices, and rocks scattered throughout. It was hard to see in the darkness, but I was getting used to it. 10. I started to count down. 9. 8. 7. 6. 5. 4. For every 10 minutes that passed, a new set of monsters would appear. 3. This was the 5th horde of the day. 2. And the last horde of the day. 1. Heek. Heek. A sight that I had started to grow accustomed to. Over several dozen figures appeared at the back of the cave. Their figures blended nicely with the darkness, making it hard to distinguish what they were. That, however, was of no importance. I slightly raised my right hand. Tap. 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 Light and rushed steps. Small. The sound gave away the size of the creatures. Judging from the frequency and weight of them, they didn't seem to be very large in size. I waited. Tap. 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 The sound neared. They were only a few meters away from me. Their speed was starting to pick up. Even still, I did nothing. I waited quietly for them to come closer. Clank. Clank. Chains wrapped around my left hand as I brought it forward. The dim, purple glow surrounding my left arm offered a fleeting preview of the path ahead. There loomed a colossal jaw adorned with countless rows of teeth curving inward. Ah. Fuck. Clank. As soon as my eyes landed on the creature, sparks crackled through the air, illuminating its form for me to get a better look. Heek. It snapped at the chains with ferocity, prompting me to instinctively retreat several paces. Before I could even process the arrival of the first creature, another materialized, adding to the otherwise precarious situation. Uck. I just barely managed to shift my hand to get it to bite at the chains. Clank. I was once again pushed back several meters. When I managed to stabilize myself, I used the few seconds I had to myself to get a proper look at the creatures. As expected. A rat. Fucking rats. Hi. Heek. Their steps hurried, and I knew that I was about to be surrounded. It wasn't as though I didn't want this to happen. In fact, I was waiting for it as I clenched my right hand. Poochie. Blood splurted everywhere as the beast shrieked in pain, and the threads that I had laid out burst out. H-A-A-A. H-A-A-A. I was immediately left out of breath the moment I called for the threads. However, I knew that I couldn't stop. Not yet. KH. I extended my left hand, causing the chains to scatter as I pushed away the two rats clinging to them. Hi. Heek. Their red eyes glared fiercely at me as they crouched on all fours, their fur bristling in warning. Amidst the chaos, the other rodents either lay lifeless or struggled to regain their footing. Grazed by the threads, the creatures, already weakened by the curse of a hands of malady intertwined with the threads, seemed to falter every time they tried to stand up. TSK. Looking at my left hand and seeing the faint blood marks on it, I clicked my tongue. Still a lot of work to do. Stepping forward, I raised my right hand and called the chains forth as they hung on my grip. Sensing the impending danger, the two rodents lunged toward me with ferocity. Too bad I was faster. Clank! With a swift swing, I landed a solid blow on both of the rodents, staggering them momentarily. Without hesitation, I followed up with another strike as I smoothly transitioned the chains to my left hand, maintaining my fluid motion with careful flow and step. Heek! What came after the strike was one resounding shriek, as a familiar silence ensued shortly after as I took heavy breaths. Ha! H-A-A-A. Thud. I fell on my knees and held onto my chest. My vision was blurry, and I could hardly focus. Despite that, I didn't let my guard down and continued to look around at the monsters that were on the ground. None of them were moving and were either in pieces or lying motionless. Even so, I continued to stare at them. The silence felt stifling, and I swallowed. They're all dead, right? They sure looked like they were. Heek. But the reality was different from my thoughts. Out of nowhere, as if they had been injected with some weird drug, one of the rodents abruptly stood up and lunged at me with all their might. I was prepared for such an occasion. With a casual swipe of my hand, the rodent separated in two. Thud. Ha! Only then did I sigh in relief and relax. I've already learned my lesson once. I recalled the first day of my training. I remembered just how much I had suffered. These little fuckers. They were crafty. Extremely so. Had it not been for the fact that Delilah was present, I feared I would have spent at least a few weeks in the infirmary. Drip. Drip. Turning my head, I stared at my left arm which was bleeding from 2 points. I thought I did good covering. In the end, one of the monsters still managed to get a bite on me. It was a bit disappointing, but compared to the first time, when I had suffered bites everywhere, I was doing considerably better. Hoo! Slowly, I caught up with my breath. I was finally done for the day. I felt tired and every part of my body hurt. Leaning back on the hard ground, I blankly stared at the ceiling of the cave. It was dark but I could faintly see it. Drip. Drip. Softly cascading from the overhanging rocks, water dripped in gentle touches, its calm rhythm punctuated by the distant rumble of the waterfall echoing in the background. I closed my eyes and let the sounds enter my mind. A picture formed and I basked in the sound. Just then, I let my mind sink in deeply into itself. For just a brief moment, I felt at peace. The next day, the preparations for the festival were in full swing. With only a week and a few days left, the campus was extremely busy. Here you go. Make sure you practice this script. I've revised it to better fit you. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask me. I took the script without saying anything. Revised it to better fit me. What sort of? You may already have an idea of who Azarias is or was in the script. The concept will remain the same. He's a psychopath who thirsts for the death of his victims, however, there's a twist. The woman, who went by the name of Olga, wasn't quite sure, but I addressed her as writer, and started to explain the plot and general idea behind the character that she had written. The more she started to explain, the more I was convinced. I can't do this. It was already a miracle that I was capable of performing the first part of the script, but as I scrolled through the script, I had a hard time visualizing the emotions and expressions of the character. He was a total psychopath. Someone who killed for the sake of killing. He thirsted for the thrill that came with the death of his victims. How am I supposed to play this? As I scrolled through the script, attempting to envision myself embodying the character, I encountered a persistent barrier hindering my ability to fully immerse myself in the scene. Despite repeated attempts to visualize the scenario, I found myself unable to authentically inhabit the character's persona, or effectively convey the emotions and actions as written in the script. Can you do it? Overhearing the writer's words, I pursed my lips. Could I do it? The simple answer was no. I couldn't do it. However, was I going to do it? That answer was obvious. Yes. For the credits, I had to do it. Great. I can't wait to see your performance. Inside of the Leone Hall, things were hectic. With the festival date drawing nearer, the cadets and staff were busy handling all the important props and equipment up the stage. Given that today the cadets who were going to become extras in the play were going to be announced, there was an obvious air of excitement. Yes, I'm done. One such cadet who was looking forward to the selection was none other than Aoife. She had applied a week ago when the auditions were on. Her role was that of an extra who was supposed to die at the start of the story. Her killer was supposedly a wannabe psychopath. It wasn't an important role, but to get extra credits she was willing to take on the role. Her plan to become a guide had failed, and since she couldn't do that, this was the next best thing. I have to get this role. Are you also waiting to hear your results, Aoife? Aoife turned her head. A tall man with soft blonde hair and brown eyes appeared in her sight. He wore a soft smile as he addressed her. Judging from his uniform, he seemed to also be a cadet. A senior, probably. Ah, yes. Aoife casually nodded her head without displaying much interest. No, she had no interest. The only thing that was in her mind was the selection. I'll get the role, right? She recalled the expressions that judges had at her performance. It was generally quite positive. At least, that was what she thought. Haha, that's nice. I'm also hoping to get a role. I want to be Azaria's. It's quite an interesting role. I think I'll be able to play it quite perfectly. Besides her, the senior started to yap about himself and the role he selected. In fact, I'm quite confident in getting the RO dash. If you would excuse me. Without looking, Aoife started to distance herself from him. Along the way, she came up with a random excuse. Someone is calling for me. Aoife left right after that, leaving the senior hanging. She had no time for meaningless talk that was just going to end up with her finding out he was approaching her with ulterior motives. Been there, done that. As Aoife left, the senior's gaze lingered on her retreating figure, his expression gradually contorting with an emotion difficult to discern. His left eye twitched slightly, as a certain madness threatened to spill. Oh no. He just barely held himself back as he scratched the side of his neck. Scratch. 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 Not yet. Not yet. He quietly mumbled as he stared at the incoming member of the collective. Presumably the person that would announce the result of the roles. Massaging his face, a warm smile gradually returned to his face. It wasn't yet time. He had to remain patient. He was bound to get the role. The same was true for her. Two contrasting roles that marked the end of the start of their characters. Such were their roles. The stage was being set up. For he would perform the greatest act at the greatest change. An act to blow the minds of the audience. One that would forever be remembered by all. Please be quiet. I will not be announcing the results of the assessment that we had. May the students who have been called up please step forward. A man clad in dark green attire stood tall, his gaze fixed intently upon the paper before him. Adorned with thick, square-framed glasses, his stern countenance exuded an air of authority as he started reading the papers. For the role of Evangeline, the selected cadet will be Arya Parlia from the second year. Please step forward. A young woman with black hair stepped forward. Her features were rather delicate, and while she wasn't exactly the most attractive of women, she was above average. The moment her name got called up, her eyes sparkled and her body trembled. She seemed to be struggling to contain her excitement. Aoife stared at her with a flat look. There was no hint of expression on her pretty features. She was quietly waiting for her name to be called up. Although she didn't show it, she was actually quite nervous. She had rehearsed the script for countless hours and thought she had done a good job at it. They had only been given 5 minutes to learn the script and act. Had she been given more time, then she would have been able to put on a better performance. The thought of failing kept nagging at her mind. It felt suffocating. I can't fail. Not again. And then. For the role of Emily, the daughter of the baker, the selected cadet will be. Aoife took a deep breath, silently squeezing her palms, which had unknowingly turned sweaty. Aoife Migrael. Please step forward. A huge sense of relief washed over her the moment that her name was called. If not for the fact that she had to keep her image up, she would have jumped and clenched her fist in front of everyone. Keeping her usual stoic expression, she glanced around at the other cadets who were looking at her with hints of envy and jealousy, and she stepped forward. I did it. Her fists clenched tightly. The organizer started to name the remaining cadets. One by one, Aoife saw cadets either suppress their joy or weep in sadness. Folding the paper, the organizer eventually announced. That's it for the roles. For those that haven't been called out, there's always a next time, you can disp-. Excuse me. A voice cut the organizers. It sounded calm, but its underlying fluster did not escape Aoife's notice. When she turned her head, her brows furrowed. It's him. The senior from before. He still wore a warm smile and appeared friendly. However, something was unsettling about his smile that made Aoife frown more deeply. He politely addressed the organizer. I've yet to hear about the role for Azarias. I've applied, and I don't think it has been called out yet, so I think there's been a me-dash. No, there's no mistake. The organizer coolly cut him off. Glancing at the cadets who had stepped forward, Aoife included, he went on to say. The role of Azarias has already been taken. He was selected a week ago. Finally, cracks started to appear on his calm face. He appeared to be quite flustered. It was as if he hadn't expected such development. Someone took the role. But weren't the selections today? How could this be? Is there some sort of mistake? Azarias's role has already been taken. He wasn't the only one that was surprised by the situation. All the remaining cadets, Aoife included, were confused. Who took the role? Aoife was curious. He was supposed to be the one that killed her. They were bound to meet each other and work with one another. That's enough questions. You will get to meet him later today if he's present. If not, you'll eventually get to meet him. But then. That's that. The organizer cut the senior off before settling his gaze over the Aoife and the rest. His tone softened a little. Please follow me, I'll lead you all to our writer who will start explaining your roles. He turned around and left after that. Aoife didn't hesitate to follow. Losing all interest in the senior whose face turned completely white. Her mind was somewhere else at the moment. She was curious. Just who was the one who was going to play the role of Azarias? Alexander Harrington, a second-year senior ranked within the top hundreds, didn't think things would turn out like this. The itch intensified, and he began scratching his neck. This? A mistake. How? Scratch. 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 As he scratched, a wet sensation began to creep along the side of his neck. He wanted to continue, but the wet sensation prevented him from scratching further. Dabbing his neck with his sleeve, staining it red, he continued. I thought I did good. Everything was perfect. How? His sentences were incoherent, hardly making any sense. You weren't able to get the role. No, I wasn't. Alexander started to display some anger as he contacted them. How could they lie to him? They promised him the role. What happened? What happened? There will be a change of plans, then. Change of plans? Alexander had enough rationality within him to listen. You are changing the plans? Find the one who took the role from you. Once you do, send us his information. We'll take care of it for you. You will? Yes. The voice flatly said. A smile finally returned to Alexander. Ah, yes. They can do it. They'll fix it. Good. Good. I'll find him. The itch stopped and his expression returned to normal. He was no longer as panicked. I'll find him immediately. Do that. Alexander ended the transmission. He massaged his face, trying his best to fix his expression. Dabbing his neck with his sleeve, he made sure to clean up the blood as well. Taking out a mirror, he stared at himself. Good. A warm smile and a friendly expression. Such was his persona. Yes, this will do. Fixing his clothes, he turned around. He had just taken a few steps when a figure appeared not far from him. Immediately, he stood out. With tall and overbearing features, his appearance attracted the attention of all those around him. With his deep hazel eyes scanning the surroundings, he seemed to be looking for someone. His head turned left and then right and then. They locked onto him. Alexander was taken aback. The distance between the two shrank until he was eventually a few meters from him. Yes? Alexander addressed him with his usual smile while casually glancing at his blazer. Distinguishing the year of a cadet was made easy by the stripes adorning their blazers. A single stripe denoted a first-year cadet, while two stripes signified a second year, and the pattern continued accordingly, offering a visual cue to their progression through the academy. The cadet had one stripe. He was his junior. How may I help you, junior? By addressing him as junior, he quickly elevated his position to a higher status than his. He thought his junior would understand, but he didn't as he stared at him without saying a word. His intense hazel eyes scanned his body meticulously, as if he was looking for something. The more he looked, the more Alexander grew uncomfortable. For a brief moment, his expression almost cracked and his hands trembled. Alexander found himself imagining himself strangling him. But he held himself back. He couldn't show such a display. At least, not yet. There were more important things that he needed to do. Junior. Alexander called out again. This time, he made his voice sterner. As if he was trying to warn the junior before him. He seemed to have gotten his message across as the junior finally took his gaze away from him. Just when Alexander thought he was going to apologize, he asked something that completely took him aback. Did you apply for the position? Position? Yes. For Azarias. Alexander frowned. Suddenly, he found his lips become dry. It couldn't be that. The junior went on to apply. I also applied. You did? Yes. The junior nodded. A pity he was already selected. Ah, a pity indeed. Then, lowering his head, the junior excused himself. I apologize for disturbing you. The apology finally came. You would have made for a great Azarias. As the junior departed, his words hung in the air, leaving Alexander speechless. Despite the urge to speak up, he found himself at a loss for words, his mouth hanging open. All he could do was watch as the senior's figure merged into the sea of cadets, gradually fading from view. For some reason. Scratch. 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 The itch started again. It's probably him. I wasn't quite sure just yet. It all happened rather fast. I was overlooking the cadet selection for the incoming roles when side quest activated, final act. Character progression plus 39%. Game progression plus 6%. Failure. Calamity 1 plus 12%. A familiar notification popped up in my vision. Ha! It wasn't as if I wasn't expecting it. No, rather I was expecting it to happen. Given how big of an event the festival was, I doubted nothing would have happened. Without a doubt, something was going to happen. I was proven right. It looks like the target is Aoife. Calamity 1 was Aoife. That much became clear to me after the prison incident. She also got selected for the role in the play. The girl that I was supposed to kill. It was a funny thought. What sort of face was she going to make when she realized I was the one who was supposed to kill her? But that was outside of the point. No vision accompanied the notification. However, I didn't feel like I needed it this time. I knew that I couldn't rely on the visions to appear all the time, and that I had to figure things out myself sometimes. Good thing I did. I've already found my target. Or at least, was more or less confident in my selection. The event was titled Final Act, suggesting that it had something to do with the play. Aoife's selection in the play further reaffirmed my thoughts. I put myself in the shoes of the organization. They were strong. Incredibly powerful. However, if they wanted to target Aoife during the play, the most realistic approach wouldn't be through some mass attack during the play. Let alone the fact that all the big shots were going to be present, but even getting into the academy was going to be hard. The only conclusion that I thought was feasible was through either an established guest or a performer. I wasn't sure if they knew whether Aoife would be selected for the role, but if they knew, then the most perfect candidate would be a performer. And if there was a character who fit the description the best, then it had to be Azaria's. The character that I was playing. Ha! It was all speculative. There was no clear evidence for my thoughts. Or at least, not until I observed all the male candidates for the role and spotted a certain someone behaving differently from the others. It was for that reason that I approached him. As expected, it might be him. The more I thought about my interaction with him, the more convinced I was. Not yet. Even so, I didn't act just yet. Now was not the right time. Not only did I not know how strong he was, but we were in the academy. It wasn't as if I could do anything to him even if I wanted to. That would be stupid. Not only that, but if something were to happen to him, then the people behind him could very well change their plans. Things would become unpredictable then. I didn't like unpredictability. I liked for things to remain predictable. Only then would I have a certain sense of control over the situation. For now, I needed to maintain this status quo. At the very least, until I found an opening. Thursday. A few days before the festival. I sat on one of the benches around the campus, waiting for someone. I checked the time. It was just about 3 p.m. I couldn't stay here for long. I had a place to be in a few hours. Thankfully, I didn't have to wait for long. He appeared not long after. You came. Wearing the same academy uniform as I did, Leon greeted me with a flat look. Did you expect me to ignore your message? His lack of reply was all that I needed to hear. So he did. What do you see me as? This time, I could see a reaction from him. Disgust. And a little bit of fear. What? No, stop. He held his hand in front of me. I come in peace. The fuck is this guy on about? In peace. In peace from what? I need your help. An unexpected set of words came out of his mouth and I frowned. You want my help? Yes. He quietly nodded his head as he sat down on the opposite end of the bench. He was behaving quite strangely today. What do you want me to help you with? You wrote this, right? Extending his hand, he passed me a familiar piece of paper. I took a casual glance before understanding his intentions. Wrong person to ask. I'm no dash. I'll teach you. Surprised, I looked at him. Teach me? Why would you? I think you're talented. Talented? I almost laughed. This guy. He had really lost his mind. I was just about to stand up and leave when he held me down. I'm serious. I took a good moment to stare at his face. I was really having a hard time taking him seriously, but looking at his expression, which seemed absolutely serious, I had no choice but to sit back down. So you think I'm talented? I do. Perhaps because he had been with me since the start and had seen my progress, he thought that I was talented. But what did he know? He knew nothing about the struggles that I had to go through to just barely reach an acceptable level. I was still levels behind this guy, and our gap was only widening. If there was one truly talented person, then it had to be him. I still decided to hear him out. Let's say that I'm talented. What does that have to do with you wanting to teach me? Leon pursed his lips and briefly looked down. Falling into his own thoughts, he only looked back after a short while. I've reached a bottleneck. It's just like you said. I've been trying my best to fix the missing parts that are within the art that I'm practicing. I've spent the past 2 years trying to fix the problem. I thought I had done a good job at hiding the fact that the technique was incomplete, but... He paused there, but his meaning was clear. You think I'll be able to think of a way to fix it? He didn't respond, but his expression yet again told me everything that I needed to know. Ha! This time, I really wanted to laugh. This guy has totally lost his marbles. I'm not expecting you to pay me back or anything. I am willing to teach you the technique for free. If you can't perfect it, then that's fine too. I won't blame you for it. I massaged my forehead. My head was throbbing. Of all the people he could have asked, he asked me. This is stupid. There had to be some sort of intention behind his actions. I refused to believe it was just because he thought I could complete it. Fine. Despite all the doubts that I had, I still accepted the offer. It went without saying that I accepted. It was simply an extremely advantageous deal for me. The only problem that I had with this offer was the fact that I truly didn't understand where this guy was coming from. Could I truly trust him? I looked at his face. It looked stupid. As if perhaps sensing my thoughts, Leon frowned. What are you thinking about? I was taken aback. What are you? So he really did read my mind. Your face looks stupid. Oh shit. I covered my mouth. I wasn't meant to say it out loud. My true thoughts had slipped. Leon blinked and just faintly, his stoic expression cracked. I closely observed his expression. Was it going to crack? The answer was no. With a sigh, he slowly got up from the chair. I'll slowly start teaching you the art when we have time. I'll take my leave now. With a slight bow, he was prepared to leave. I looked at his back, which was now facing me, before opening my mouth to say a name. Alexander Harrington. His steps halted. I continued. Pay attention to him. Alexander Harrington. Even as he distanced himself from Julian, the name continued to ring in his mind. He had asked for clarification, but all he was met with was a simple, keep an eye out for me, before he left. The name didn't ring a bell, and regardless of how hard he tried, he couldn't recall such a name. Still, he was planning on finding out. In any case, the talk went better than expected. He accepted. Quite honestly, Leon didn't hold a lot of expectations in his attempt at trying to solve the puzzle that had been plaguing him for the past few years. However, he had grown to a point where he was starting to become desperate. To the point where he even thought of teaching Julian his technique, so that he could help him find an answer. Ha! Leon found himself blankly staring at the sky. The bottleneck. It had appeared the moment he reached Tier 3. The bottleneck wasn't yet apparent. It was faint, but Leon could feel it. Were he to continue down this path, he was sure that by the time he reached Tier 5 and higher, his growth would completely stagnate. The fact that Julian had managed to pick up the flaw within just a few hours of observation was enough for Leon to understand something. He's talented. Perhaps he himself hadn't noticed, but Leon certainly saw it. If he were to train a little further, then it's worth the shot. Plus, it wasn't like he was going to teach him the entire thing. Just the movement art, which was what he needed. But Leon suddenly frowned as he thought back to something. The more he thought about it, the more annoyed he became. He tried to ignore it, but the words would just continue to nag at the back of his mind. To the point where he found himself stopping a nearby cadet. Hey, you. Yeah. Me? The cadet pointed at himself with a flustered look. Yes. Leon nodded with a serious face. Then, pointing at himself, he asked. Does my face look stupid? Asterisk. Today was the first day of practice. There were only a few days left before the festival was in full swing, and Aoife had spent the last couple of days seriously practicing her lines. There weren't many. Just a couple, but she had to perfectly display fear and terror in her expression. From the tremble of her eyes to the pitch of her voice. Everything had to be perfect. Hoo! Setting the script down, Aoife took a deep breath. She was currently inside a small practice room by herself. Soon she was going to meet the man who was supposed to play Azarias. Today was the first time she was going to meet him. Not only that, but she was also going to meet the other actors in the play. Today was their first reading. An event where all the actors of the play would meet to familiarize themselves with each other. There was an undeniable excitement around the rookie actor. Rumors had it that he had been selected the moment that he had gone to the audition. With a godly level of acting, the writer chose him on the spot. I'm curious. But at the same time, Aoife was also nervous. Would she even be able to keep up with such an actor? The mere thought of performing with someone like that made her nervous. If it somehow ended up ruining the play, then let's not think about it. Aoife became increasingly nervous the more she thought about it. Right, who knows, maybe I'll be able to hold my own. Gradually, her mind started to calm down, and she felt less stressed. All right. She slapped her cheeks and stood proudly. I've got this. Collecting herself, she reached for the door and opened it. Is everything ready? Do you have the script with you? Yes, I've got it right here. Please wait a moment. I'll distribute them to the tables. Aoife was immediately greeted with chaos. The reading was set to take place in several minutes, and the staff was busy getting everything ready for the actors and actresses who were going to take part in the play. The venue wasn't particularly spacious, roughly half the size of the auditorium. Originally designated for storage purposes, its discreet location made it an ideal choice for hosting the reading, given the secretive nature of the script. Walking around, Aoife managed to catch a glimpse of several famous actors. As expected, there was a certain aura about them that stood out from the rest. You could tell at a glance that they were the best of the best. But it wasn't as though her own aura lacked compared to theirs. Rather, it shined just as brightly, instantly attracting the attention of the actors present. Haha, if it isn't our rising superstar. Aoife was greeted by a tall and strikingly handsome man who introduced himself as Darius Johns, the main lead of the play. He greeted her with a large smile. Are you nervous? Haha, you don't have to be. With me her dash. Aoife was about to respond when she was pulled back. A crisp voice echoed right after. Get your hands off of her. The gap between you two is too large. No, I dash. No. Before Aoife knew it, she was surrounded by the main cast of the play. Stay away from our little rookie, Darius. Don't you know who you're talking to? Everyone started to berate him, as he flusteredly looked around. No, I was just trying to be friendly. Bullcrap. How are you holding up? While this was going on, Aoife was greeted by a stunning woman, whose presence momentarily caught her off guard. Have you memorized your lines? If you need help, feel free to ask us. Ah. Despite her efforts to maintain composure, Aoife couldn't help but feel a flutter of excitement at the sight of Odette Ripley, a renowned actress whose performances she had admired in countless recordings and plays. Aoife was a huge fan of her works, and seeing her in person almost made her squeal. Odette, let her go. Can't you see she's uncomfortable with your touch? No, she isn't. Odette turned to look at Aoife. You aren't, right? No. Ha, see. Tisk. There was an overall pleasant atmosphere around the place. With all actors familiar with one another, the mood was serene. Oh right, do you know who's the actor that forced that woman to change the script? At Odette's sudden question, the atmosphere changed a little. Aoife titled her head. The topic interested her as well. I don't know, to be honest. That woman refuses to say anything. I've begged her so many times, but she just doesn't budge at all. Right, the same is true for me. But is he actually good? I mean, I get that he managed to get that woman to change the script, but could it have been some fluke? No, impossible. You know how that woman is. There's no way she would do what she did unless she was confident. Ah, yes. I guess. Well, we'll see during the reading. Whether they are truly as good as they say. The conversation continued in that direction. Aoife listened quietly from the side, occasionally adding her own thoughts on the matter. That was until someone announced. The reading is about to start. May all the actors get seated. Already? That's fast. But where is the rookie actor everyone is talking about? Ah, he's here. As the assistant spoke, the door swung open, and a figure walked it. Almost everyone turned their face in the direction of the door. Aoife was one such person. She was curious. Just who was this super rookie? Only that. No, it can't be. Her expectations were shattered the moment he entered as she blinked several times to make sure she wasn't seeing wrongly. Blinking again, and seeing the same figure standing before her with what seemed to be a slight curl of his lips, Aoife swallowed. Oh no. The godly actor who had taken the show by storm. The person whom she had to try her best to keep up with, and the person that she was supposed to treat like a master. Ah no. It was none other than Julian. He immediately grabbed the attention of the room with his presence. With looks that put even the best-looking actor to shame, he became the focal point of everyone's gaze. Behind him, a familiar figure appeared. She was following him with gleaming eyes. There's no need to feel too pressured. Just act as you've done last time, and oh, it looks like everyone is here. Sorry for the delay, I was talking with him about something. It was none other than Olga who waved her hand at the actors sitting across the room. Writer, it's a pleasure to see you. Hello. Snapping out of it, the actors went on to greet her. There was a certain respect in their voice as they talked to her. And rightfully so. Her name resounded throughout the entire empire, and while all the actors present had a certain fame to their name, it was meaningless when compared to Olga. It's nice to see you all again. I apologize in advance for the delay and change in script. No worries, it's indeed better. I'm sure it'll be a hit. Compliments began to flow effortlessly from the actors' lips, each one more lavish than the last, until inevitably, the spotlight of attention gradually shifted towards Julian. "Haha, are you the actor everyone is talking about?" Darius, true to his nature, was the first to approach Julian with his trademark warmth, extending a friendly greeting in his usual amiable manner. "You might know me, but I'm Darius." He held out his hand. But all he received in response was a blank stare. It was obvious from Julian's gaze that he had no idea as to who he was. And he was right. Julian really didn't know who the person in front of him was. Famous actor. Who? Most probably seemed to be the case. He was just about to hold his hand up to return the greeting when Olga intervened. "Enough with the greetings. Let's just straight to the reading. I can't wait." And thus, Julian was never able to return the greetings. Whispers started to spread. "Wow, did you see that?" He totally ignored Darius. "That's the godly actor that made her change the script." "Well, he certainly has the looks for it. But doesn't he seem rather plain?" "No, not his looks. But his expression. It's as blank as a piece of paper. From the way he was acting, it seems like he's looking down on everyone." "No, that's not the case," Aoife muttered to herself from the side. "He's just like that." It wasn't a scene she was used to seeing. She could practically count the many times she had seen a similar scene over the past few months. Does this guy not care about anything else but himself? As if sensing her gaze, he turned to look at her, and their gazes met. "What is?" For the briefest of moments, Aoife noticed a subtle curl at the corner of his lips. It disappeared as fast as it came, and the writer clapped her hands to get everyone's attention. "We will skip the introductions for now. Let's start the reading." Soon, the large hall, which had become somewhat awkward due to Julian, was plunged into a state of silence. Flip. Only for it to be shattered by the sound of pages turning. As heads turned in unison, all eyes fell upon Julian, who sat quietly, his gaze fixed on the script before him. Everyone wore a strange expression as they looked at him. He really didn't care at all about what others thought of him. More whispers ensued. "Doesn't he seem nervous? Like he's quite stiff. This isn't a good sign. Could just be his personality. I'm not sure. I was looking forward to seeing the godly rookie that forced Olga to change the script, but maybe we won't see it today. What happens if he sucks? I doubt he will. And if he does, we can just go back to the old script." "Ah, I see." At this moment, while the actors were conversing with each other, Olga stood up and said, "Let's begin. Act 1. The Bakery." The story was set in a similar time to their own, focusing on a young man raised in an orphanage, who became ensnared in the intricate schemes of the royal family as a result of his job. A detective. But there was a secret he had. He had a special power. One that allowed him to retrace crime scenes to see what had happened. In the first scene, the main character Joseph, played by Darius, visits a bakery. Ah. This is where she worked, is that correct? It was an introductory scene to the main character. It had to be said that Darius was a great actor. The moment his scene started, he was able to quickly get into character. Outwardly, he had an air of laziness, yet an underlying seriousness underscored his demeanor, leaving no doubt about his commitment to solving the crime. Such was Joseph, the character he was playing. Darius was doing a great job at embodying such a character. "Yes, this is the bakery." Another actor, his assistant in the play, commented from the side. The scene continued. "Emily Stein." The assistant mused, his tone turning somber. "The owner's daughter. According to the details, she seems to have vanished sometime yesterday." Yeah. I see." With a subtle nod, Darius surveyed the surroundings, idly tracing his finger along the surface of the wooden table they were seated at. With a lazy expression on his face, his actions were merely to make it look as though he was doing something. The assistant looked around before muttering. There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with the place. The crime likely occurred outside of the bakery. Should we? Give me a second. Darius closed his eyes and clap. End of Act 1. The scene cut. Supposedly, the scene was supposed to cut to a vision. Aoife observed from the side with admiration that she didn't show. As expected, seeing them in person is something else. She felt shivers. But apparently, she was the only one that felt this way. Olga, the writer of the play, frowned and addressed the assistant. Ronan, did you read the script properly? Your lines were bland. I need you to be sterner just like in the script. Olga sighed. The two of you are contrasting characters. One is lazy, and the other one is stern. I don't feel any of that from the lines. Change your tone. Make your voice deeper. I apologize, I will do better. Olga then went on to comment on a few other things that she disliked. Overall, even Darius wasn't spared from criticism. This went on for several minutes until Olga sighed and sat back down. Next scene. Act 2. The vision. Her brows trembled, and her attention shifted towards Julian. It was Julian's first appearance. But not just his. Aoife's as well. This is the more detailed version of the scene from the tryouts. Please don't feel too pressured. I just want to see how you'd do in this scene. Her attention soon turned to Aoife. You. Frowning, Olga seemed to want to say something, but decided against it and quietly said. Just try to keep up. Eh? Stunned, Aoife didn't know how to respond. Just try to keep up. What did that even mean? Slowly, her fists clenched together as she lowered her head to stare at her script. It was only a few pages long, but it was filled with creases and notes. For the past week, she had dedicated countless hours to dissecting the role, sacrificing sleep, and analyzing numerous plays in an effort to perfect her tone and expressions. Now, as she gazed at the script, its worn pages barely holding together, Aoife bit her lips and looked up. Her competitive spirit ignited. Let's see if I really need to keep up. Start. Compared to the first script, the scene was different. The occurrences no longer occurred in a room, but rather in the open. Ha-mun. Aoife was the first one to speak. Her tone sounded light and crisp. The expressions of many of the actors present changed. They clearly did not expect her acting to be like that. I can't believe this shop is closed as well. In the setting, Aoife, or Emily, was visiting the nearby shops to buy missing pieces for their malfunctioning mixer. It was a matter of utter importance since the bakery couldn't run without the machinery. It was late into the night, and all shops were closed. In her desperation, Emily found a man in the streets for help. Excuse me. Do you perhaps know if any shops are still open where I can buy some parts for a broken mixer? That man was none other than Azarias. With his head lowered, Julian slowly raised his head. He didn't immediately turn into character. At first, his expression was blank. Aoife stared at it unblinkingly. Almost as if she was trying to challenge him. Come, show me. Show me what you've got. All eyes were on Julian, whose expression remained blank the entire time. Everyone wore similar expressions as they wondered about him and his acting. Was it really going to be as good as Olga suggested? Was it just a fluke? Overrated? The thoughts ran through their mind until they didn't. Finally, Julian's expression changed, and so did his aura. It was as if a different person had taken over. It indeed was. Right now, Julian was mixing a few characters in his mind. From the memories of William's madness to the emotions he felt right after he first killed a person. He solely focused on those experiences and emotions. In doing so, his entire demeanor changed, and he became a completely different person. It was a chilling sight that took Aoife's breath away. All of a sudden, the world around her seemed to have changed. No longer did it feel like she was in the reading room. As of right now, she truly felt like Emily. You're looking for a replacement. Julian's voice came out dry. However, within the dryness of the voice was a smile. A gentle and warm smile. Aoife felt a strange discomfort staring into that smile. It made her fidgety. Even so, she had to resist the urge to show it. In the play, Emily, desperate for the missing piece, doesn't notice such things. And so. Yes, I am. I know, yes. I know of a place. You do? Yes, please go straight. If you just keep going there, you can find it. Thank you so much. It was a short interaction. One that ended with her thanking the man before leaving. Aoife did her best to keep her tone even. Even so, just briefly, her voice trembled. Aoife half expected the writer to call her out for it, but nobody said a thing. And how could they? Shivers. I'm feeling shivers. From the many expressions he manages to reveal through his eyes alone and subtle gestures, this is even better than what I saw last time. Olga found herself once again doubting her own writing abilities. She felt as if she had still not done the character justice. The other actors were no exception. It's no wonder he acted like that. He truly is scary. How can anyone act like that? It feels like I'm being sucked right into the scene. I'm getting shivers. Julian lowered his head. He scanned the room that was filled with other actors. He was meant to stare just straight where Emily's departing back was, but as if he wasn't satisfied with that, he stared at everyone present. His eyes changed. Julian, no, Azarias's gaze turned intense. A smile slowly crept across his features, and his body started to tremble. His eyes changed further, his pupils slowly dilating. H-A-A-A. H-A-A-A. His breath echoed in rhythm, each exhale tinged with excitement. He was thrilled. Adrenaline surged through his veins, engulfing him completely. Red. He quietly mumbled. I want to see it. At this point, Aoife had long stopped acting. Staring at the worn-out script in her hand, she leaned back on her chair and blankly stared at Julian. How am I supposed to compete with this? Aoife had a hard time adjusting to what she was seeing. At first, she thought that the gap between them wouldn't be at all that big. That maybe the rumors about the godly actor were a bit of an exaggeration, and it was all done for the publicity of the play. And yet, how am I supposed to compete with this? And this is just a script reading. Her grip on her script tightened. She felt a sense of frustration well up deep within her. Yet again, Aoife wasn't the only one that felt that way. Even the more senior actors felt at a loss for words with his performance. This was especially so for Odette and Darius, who remained silent the entire time. The way they looked at him changed. It went from "can he do it" to "can I keep up?" They could only feel relief at the thought that there weren't many scenes that he was in. But even so, they shuddered at what he had just shown them. This is perfect. If there was one person that was excited by all of this, it was none other than Olga, who resisted the urge to clap. It felt as if she was standing before Azarias. Right before he let himself fall into his desires and madness. It was perfect. He was perfect. At some point, the entire reading room had turned quiet, all eyes focused on Julian, who slowly closed his eyes and returned to his regular expression. He seamlessly exited his character, and that was when all eyes fell on Olga and understood something. So that's why she changed the script. Hoo. I took a silent breath and let the emotions wash away from my mind. Getting into that state of mind was rather tough. However, looking around and seeing the silent looks that everyone was giving me, I felt like I had done a decent job. The room was silent, with everyone glancing at each other with weird expressions. It went on for long enough to make me frown. What happened? Was it possible that I had messed up somewhere? That was great. Just as I started to doubt myself, the writer spoke as her voice shattered the silence that gripped the surroundings. I sighed in relief then. Brilliant, yeah. That was amazing. Wow, I got shivers. You were amazing. Praise started to flow out of the mouths of all actors present. I took them in without much of a change in expression. Gradually, my gaze fell on a distant figure who was staring at her script with a deep frown. As if sensing my gaze, our eyes met and I raised my brow in a manner that suggested, "Are you not going to praise me as well?" Her expression cracked and her lips twitched. Oh no. I was doing it again. Everyone, please be quiet. Clap. A clap broke the atmosphere as the writer directed all attention towards herself. Let's save the praises for later. We still have a few scenes to go through. At this rate, we won't be able to finish on time. Only then did the atmosphere finally calm down, and the reading continued. Act 3. End of the vision. The script reading continued in its usual fashion. It had to be said that all people present were fantastic actors. It took everything that I had to stop myself from showing awe and amazement at what I was seeing. Especially the two main leading actors. Their acting. It was phenomenal. Even better than some of the best actors I had seen back on Earth. I wish he'd have seen this with me. He would have probably been the first person to jump up from excitement. My brother Noel. Act 7. A colorless world. Suddenly, an act was called up and all the attention focused on me again. Ah, yeah. I looked at the script with a blank look. Act 7. That was Azarias's last act. After all that had happened, Joseph, the main character, finally takes him down, ending his serial rampaging. It was supposed to be an easy scene. But that had completely changed after the rewrite. Even now, Julian? Hearing my name called up, I looked up. Everyone was staring at me. I could see the anticipation in their gazes as they looked at me. Their expressions. I could read them like an open book. What sort of acting is he going to show? I can't wait to see him act this part. I'm getting shivers just thinking about it. They felt burdensome. But it was truly unfortunate. Staring at the script in front of me, I silently sighed and closed it before placing it on the desk. I apologize. I silently stood up under everyone's stunned expressions. I can't do it. Not yet. In a remote area within the academy campus. I've found his name. Alexander stood with a communication orb in his hand. News of Julian's appearance as an extra, and the godly actor, that had persuaded the writer to change the script had started to spread. It was only for a brief moment given that the reading had only shortly ended, but finally, the identity of the mysterious cadet had been revealed. It was for this reason that Alexander had managed to find his identity. Otherwise, he would have had to spend a lot more time to find the identity. Given how secretive the collective had been about the new script, the identity of the cadet had been kept a secret until now. Julian Dacre Ivinus. That was the name of the cadet who forced Olga to change the script. Thief. Silently muttering under his breath, Alexander connected the communication orb. A familiar voice reached out from it. I've received the news. Ah, yes. You must have. Indeed. And? Alexander listened with bathed breath. Were they going to do something about it? Perhaps kill him. But he was an important figure. Killing him would be a bit of trouble. He could do it if they allowed him. However, we are holding the operation for now. The answer he received was an unexpected one. Scratch. That. He found himself unable to utter a single word. They just refused to leave his lips. I heard wrong. Yes, it had to be that. Yes. Scratch. Scratch. We will be the ones to take care of the matter. For now, sit back and wait for me to contact you again. But. The communication ended there. No, this. And the itching started. Scratch. 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 It just wouldn't stop. Even as he felt blood drip down from the side of his neck, the itching didn't stop. He continued to scratch, silently biting his lips in the process. No, this. It makes no sense. How? What happened? Why? Pacing around, Alexander bit onto his nail. Long gone was his warm appearance. What replaced it was a twisted look filled with madness. I can't. I must. I need to perform. I need to. Have to. Gradually, his steps stopped. Yes, I don't need to care. In the first place, he had no desire to live. His only goal was to put on the best performance he possibly could. He cared nothing for them. What made them think they could stop him? Stop me. Can't. He made up his mind then. I'll perform. Whether they liked it or not, he was going to do it. That much was clear. Scratch, scratch. Finally, the itch stopped and he took a deep breath. Taking out a small bottle, he placed it over his neck as his injuries started to heal at a rapid pace. Massaging his face, his expression returned to its normal one. Then, nonchalantly looking around, he proceeded to leave the premises. Only that. Even as he left, he didn't notice the presence that stood not far from him. Swoosh. At the same time. Hoo. Hoo. Taking deep breaths, I practiced the blue-ranked manual. The mana inside of my body started to expand at a constant pace. It was slower than before, but the progress was still there. I took deep and silent breaths while focusing on controlling my mana. Drip. Drip. Sweat gradually started to pour down from my body as I immersed myself in training. Or at least, for the first 10 minutes of it. A nagging thought persisted at the back of my mind, preventing me from fully immersing myself in the experience. HAAA. My eyes opened and I took a deep breath. I can't focus. Turning my head, my eyes fell on the script that rested a few meters away from me. The events from before replayed in my mind. Having left the script reading early, I went back to my dorm and resumed my training. It was unfortunate, but I had no choice but to leave. The last part of the script. I couldn't do it. Regardless of how many times I tried to envision myself in that scenario, my mind would just blank out. I was simply not able to replicate what the character, Azarias, felt during his last moments. It was too much for me. I thought that in the week that I received the script, I'd be able to think of something but nothing. My mind was just blank. The more I tried to immerse myself in the role, the harder it became for me to visualize myself in it. How troublesome. What is? A voice suddenly echoed not far from where I was. Surprised, I turned my head to see Leon sitting on one of my sofas. As usual, he wore a stoic expression. When did you get here? A few minutes ago. A few minutes ago. Couldn't you have knocked? I could have. And I have a stupid face, so. I raised my brow. So he was still hung up about that. I nodded. That's fair. What? Seeing that he was refusing to speak, I took a towel and wiped my forehead. I more or less understood why he was here. You've been investigating him, haven't you? What did you find? I sat on the opposite end of the sofa and leaned back. Despite his lack of words, I knew that he had something for me. I was proven right moments after as he finally opened his mouth to speak. He's planning on doing something during the play. Figured that much. His target, it seems to be Aoife. Oh. Knew that too. You don't seem to be that surprised. I looked at him flatly. I could more or less tell. I see. Leon nodded before suddenly adding. He's not working alone. I wasn't able to hear much, but he was talking to someone with a communication device. I believe there's someone behind him. Oh. Yeah, knew that too. So far, there was nothing that surprised me. It more or less went the same way that I predicted it would. Or so I thought. There was something odd about the situation. Even though I didn't try to get near him for fear of getting exposed, I did manage to overhear a little bit of their conversation. Something about them taking matters into their own hands. Ah. Now that was a new piece of information. It took a few moments for me to understand what was going on. They're coming for me. Why else would they suddenly change their plans? What are you going to do? At Leon's question, I pondered for a moment before asking. How strong is he? Or, how strong do you think he is? Frowning slightly, Leon responded after a few seconds of thought. He's about my strength. Tier 3. Do you think you'll be able to handle him? Are you asking me to kill him? No, not yet. As I had said before, killing him now wasn't going to do us any good. Rather, it was probably going to put me in a difficult spot. So, envisioning how things would play out, I shared my thoughts. During the play, he'll try something. His target will probably be me. His goal is probably to take over my position as Azaria's. That's the time when we can act. I said we because I wasn't confident I'd be able to take care of him by myself. Thankfully, Leon seemed keen on helping on this matter as he quietly nodded his head. That sounds reasonable. But what about the ones behind him? I'm sure they'll try something. If that's the case then you don't need to worry about that. I cut him off before he could continue. I'll take care of them. Of that I was confident. Because they were coming for me. Aoife closed the door to her room. Her room was no different than usual. It was clean, with little to no decorations. It was just bland. Hugh. Taking a deep breath, she headed for her desk. If there was one place that wasn't clean and organized, it'd be her desk. With all sorts of colored pens, pencils, and writing instruments, her desk was anything but clean. Tossing her script onto the desk, she sat down and opened the pages. For the past week, it had been her routine to spend at least a few hours trying to analyze the script. Today was supposed to be no different, but how do I do this? His image continued to appear in her mind, sapping away all motivation from her. The way he acted. From his facial expressions to demeanor. It was overwhelming. To the point where she couldn't even find a single flaw. And the fact that she was supposed to act with that only put more pressure on her. Her inability to keep up would become glaring to those watching. Perhaps they would even think that she didn't put in any effort, and that they had selected the wrong person. But that's not true. Aoife bit her lips. The effort was there. But who was anyone to know? They only cared about what was in front of them, and not what happened behind them. She understood this concept all too well. Therefore, she knew that despite her frustrations, she couldn't rely on excuses. Flip. The only thing she could do was put in more effort. To show them that she could keep up, and that she wasn't being lazy. For that reason, she needed to spend even more time trying to immerse herself in the role. Her image was important. She couldn't let herself tarnish it due to not being able to perform as well as he did. Flip. I'll do it. Regardless of how much it hurt her, she planned on perfectly mastering the character. For the remaining week until the start of the festival, Aoife only slept 3 hours a day. Drip. Drip. And no, why are you doing this? Even as her nose bled, she continued to flip through the script while looking at a nearby mirror to check her expressions. Her face was pale and her hair was a mess, but help. She never once gave up. And by the time it was time for the festival, Aoife's acting underwent a tremendous transformation. The festival was a week-long event. With all sorts of attractions, it was an important event that was designed to showcase the Academy's facilities and their ability to train the elites of the Empire. The main gate of the Academy was flooded with new faces, all of whom handed invitations that the security guards checked at the front. "Hi. Please follow me, I am Josephine, and I will be your guide for today's orientation." At the front of the gate was the cheery Josephine, who led a group of several important figures around the Academy campus. I guess they had a reason to choose her over Aoife. Given how bright her cheerful personality was, she was well received by the guests from the outside. Had Aoife been the one to guide them then? I could already imagine just how stiff the atmosphere would have been. Looking at the time, 10 a.m. I decided to spend some time looking around at the Academy. The play wasn't going to start until the third day, and while there indeed were combat exams and midterms in the following week, I thought about spending today to de-stress. At the rate I was currently pushing my body, it was starting to fail me. For that reason, I had no choice but to spend some time to relax. Well, those were my initial thoughts. However, I knew that I was probably being followed. What a pain. It was for this reason that I chose to remain outside in public. I didn't know the identity of the person following me. Were they from the organization, or was it the senior? Either way, I kept my guard up. That was until I found my steps halting, and I turned to my right. Our eyes met and she blinked her big eyes. Holding onto a large pastry, she looked around before nearing me. "You didn't see anything." I didn't. Her eyes squinted, and I moved my hands over my mouth in a zipping motion. "My mouth is sealed." From her gaze, I could tell that she didn't seem to believe me, but who would I even tell? It wasn't as if I had any friends to gossip with, and who would even believe me if I told them the Chancellor was a pervert who enjoyed being a kid? All of a sudden, Delilah extended her hand in my direction. I was taken aback. "You want money?" "I don't have any to give." "No. If not money, then..." I patted my pockets and shook my head. "I don't have any." "They're back in the dorm." "No." Yet again, Delilah shook her head. I frowned and thought about what her actions could mean, but I was stumped. In the end, it was her that explained. "Your hand." "My hand." I blinked and looked at her hand. It finally clicked, and I leaned my head back. "You want me to hold your hand?" "Nod." "The hell? It'll make things easier for me. My current appearance is too suspicious, and since I can't go in my normal form, I need someone to accompany me." "I see." It made sense if she put it that way. But why me? Didn't we have an agreement? We indeed had one. It was the price that I had to pay for her to train me. Sighing inwardly, I finally relented and grabbed her hand. She nodded happily and pointed towards the distance. "Let's go there. I want to try that." Yuck. I didn't even have the time to agree before she suddenly dragged me. For such a little body, she certainly had a lot of strength. "We sell cotton candy. The finest cotton candy." The destination was none other than the cotton candy stand. The line was short, and waiting behind the counter was a rather buff man with a beard. "Ho ho. Are you here for some cotton candy?" "For your little sister." I looked down at Delilah and felt my mouth twitch. Sister. How was I going to respond to this? "No." Delilah shook her head and responded with a flat voice. The problem lay in the fact that despite her best attempts to sound mature, the polymorph effect distorted her voice, making it sound rather childlike. "I'm older than him." The shopkeeper blinked his eyes. On the other hand, Delilah continued. "I'm his older sister." "Oh. I exchanged glances with the man and pursed my lips. It's as she said. Oh. The shopkeeper winked at me as if he had understood something. No, she really was older. Would you like some cotton candy? How many would you like? I looked down to see Delilah carefully counting with her little fingers. She seemed to be indecisive between 2 or 3. 3. She eventually settled for 3. Coming right up. Despite his appearance, the man was an expert at this. Within moments, he had 3 sticks done as he handed them to us. That will be 10 rand. Oh. I looked down at Delilah, who looked back at me. Seriously? Closing my eyes for a brief moment, I reached out for my wallet and took out a single bill. Here you go. It was a pleasure serving you. Next. Let's go. Ugh. Like that, I was once again dragged around by her. Get me that. Gradually, my wallet started to drain. That too. Whatever had sugar in it, she bought it. I want to try that too. With my money. I want dash. I've run out of money. Looking at my empty wallet, I didn't know whether to feel happy or sad. Maybe it was a mixture of both. Sad that I was broke, but happy that I no longer had to be dragged around by her. Oh. Delilah seemed a little disappointed by the development. In the end, throwing away a wrapper, she patted her hand. I'm satisfied. I'm glad you are. Was I finally going to be set free? Taking out a tissue to clean her hands, Delilah casually glanced behind as her expression flickered back to her usually frosty one. It was as if her entire demeanor had changed. You've been followed the entire time, do you know that? Surprised by the sudden question, I lowered my head to meet her gaze. For a moment, I lost myself in her eyes as they stared back at me, threatening to suck me in at any second. Quickly recovering myself, I realized something. Did you drag me around because you wanted to confirm this? No. I just wanted to eat. I see. For some reason, it felt like she was half lying. Perhaps it was a bit of both. In any case, I nodded my head. Yes, I'm aware. There was no need for me to lie. Do you want me to help you? You're willing to help. It was a bit surprising to hear this. However, after thinking about it for a few seconds, I shook my head and rejected her offer. I'll have to decline. Whether she was doing it to repay the favor for buying her the candy and stuff, I didn't need her help. Sure, things would indeed be a lot easier were she take matters into her own hands, but that wasn't what I needed. There was a certain goal I had in mind. Her interference would ruin what I had in mind. Delilah stared at me without saying anything. I couldn't tell her thoughts at all, and the more time passed, the more uncomfortable her gaze became. Just as I was about to say something, her small lips parted open as she went on to ask. I heard you're going to perform at a play. Yes. Is your role going to be big? No, it's not. Delilah seemed to have fallen into contemplation. Eventually, raising her head, she said, I'll be watching. Don't disappoint. Her figure gradually blended with the background. Her actions were subtle, with hardly anyone around noticing her sudden disappearance. I was a little worried that the person observing me would notice something, but I didn't think Delilah would make things difficult for me like that. Perhaps there's still an illusion next to me. Who knew? Either way, I looked down at my watch. There were still a few hours before the first day of the festival ended. I had lost a few hours but still had some time to myself. For now, I planned on enjoying my day. Popping balloon. Pop the balloons and you win a prize. Come here and eat the delicious food that we have. A 1-in-a-million act. Come watch. Hearing the pitches coming from the stalls, I decided to head to one that interested me. A customer. My stomach gurgled at the sight that was before me. It looked like a roasted pig, but at the same time didn't. Perhaps a monster from the mirror dimension. Either way, it looked and smelled delicious. Looks like you can't resist the smell. Haha, here, I'll prepare one for you. It'll be 15 rand. Okay. I swallowed before reaching out for my wallet. Since I was planning on enjoying a few hours to myself, it wouldn't hurt to try it, right? Making up my mind, I opened my wallet and prepared to take out a few bills to pay. Only that. I had no more money. Here you go, sir. There was a secret that hardly anyone knew about Evelyn. Not even her closest friends knew this about her. And that was: it lacks flavor, needs extra seasoning, and could use a few more minutes in the oven. I'd classify it as mediocre, just barely meeting the mark. It's alright for filling your stomach, but there are much better choices available elsewhere. She was the Empire-renowned Iron Tongue, a famed and mysterious food critic that judged the most famous restaurants and food stalls within the Empire. Every month in the new issues of the Empire Daily, one of the Empire's most renowned magazines, a segment would be dedicated just to her critiques. Having done this for several years now, she had a cult following that religiously followed her every critique. Many restaurants and food stalls have been affected by her reviews, with several stores shutting down or others booming in business. In any case, with the festival ongoing, Evelyn decided to suit up and get to work. While it wasn't much, she did receive a small salary each month for her reviews. Next up. Licking her lips, Evelyn finished the food in her grasp and took out her notepad. In there, she had a small list of restaurants and stalls that she had to check during the festival. Moss's Barbecue. Evelyn circled it with her pen. I'll go here next. With the decision made, she stood up from her bench and headed towards where the stall was located. The distance wasn't far. It was about a 5-minute walk. When she arrived, she was surprised to see a familiar figure waiting at the back of the line. Kira. Evelyn almost panicked and lowered her hat. It was important that she kept her identity a secret. If her identity was found out, then a lot of her credibility would shatter. She couldn't allow that to happen. Even so, as she lowered her hat, she couldn't help but take a second glance at Kira. The dazzling sunlight from the sun shone upon her platinum hair, making it shine like a well-polished gem. With her focus on her wallet, Kira counted her bills, her expression contorting slightly as she looked up at the price board while muttering, "What kind of ridiculous pricing is this? You might as well just rob me." Words aside, her face, her eyes and nose, held such beauty that onlookers couldn't help but wonder if they'd ever see something similar again. It was a scene that Evelyn was all too familiar with. The same was true for her, but with her disguise, she didn't have to worry about such a situation. Or so she thought. "What are you doing?" Raising her head, she spotted Kira looking at her with a weird look. She silently swallowed. That's right, she might just think my outfit is weird. Evelyn. Flinching slightly, Evelyn pretended to cough. But that didn't work as Kira's voice once again rang. "What the hell are you doing?" This. Seeing that her identity had even been revealed, Evelyn sighed and took off her hat. Yes. She almost sounded resigned. No, she was resigned. The fuck. I knew it was you, but when I actually see it in person, I can't stop the shivers. Kira rubbed the side of her arms. What the hell are you doing dressed like that? It's nothing. It's just. With a twitch of her mouth, Evelyn glanced around and explained. It's just that the stairs bother me, so I wear this disguise. That? Kira looked at her up and down. Then, as if giving up, she turned back to face the line. I don't judge. Your actions don't match your words. Okay, I do. You look ridiculous. Evelyn kept her mouth shut, and just waited behind her. She had pretty much grown used to Kira's venomous tongue over the past few months. Something like this wasn't going to faze her. Furthermore, she had a job to do. Moss's Barbecue, a unique chain of pop-up barbecue stalls. With growing fame, it was one of Evelyn's main targets of review. There were several criteria that she used to judge a pop-up store. One of the criteria was the speed at which the food was served and how efficient the service was. So far the line was quite fast. Within a couple of minutes, she was already almost at the front. Speed, I'll give it 8 out of 10. By her standards, that was a great score. Why the? Just then, she heard Kira's stunned voice. Raising her head, her eyes widened. Like Kira, she couldn't believe that sight before her. Next up. Hearing the all-too-familiar dry and even voice, Evelyn blinked several times to make sure she wasn't seeing things. Once she was sure that she wasn't, her mouth dropped. What in the world? Of all the people that she would have expected to serve her, Julian was the last person she thought of. Wearing an apron and gloves, he served food with the same stoic expression he always wore. How can someone as prideful as him be doing something like this? This wasn't the Julian that she knew. Just what sort of? Next. Kira. Feeling his gaze, Evelyn turned around and was shocked to see that she was the next up in line. No, clearly Kira was supposed to be ahead of her, but where did she? Are you not going to order something? Oh, no. I will. Seeing that she couldn't find Kira anywhere, Evelyn glanced at the menu. There were many questions that she wanted to ask, like what are you doing here? Why are working here, and so on. However, she held herself back and just ordered. I'll take a classic, please. With extra sauce. Is that all? Yes. Okay. Taking a small breath, Evelyn waited as her order started to get prepared. She watched as Julian carefully scooped up the meat and placed it over a bun. His actions were fluid and looked rather elegant. It was odd, but for some reason, the food started to look even more appetizing. No, don't let this fool you. Evelyn was quick to snap out of such a state. She was a professional critic. She wasn't going to let that affect her judgment. With a soft "hoo," Evelyn slapped her cheeks and put on a serious face. Julian came shortly after with her order. That will be 15 rand. Here. Handing over the money, she received her order and left. Looking around, while holding onto the steaming hot food, she headed over towards a more secluded bench where she sat down. Looking around, she took out her notepad and started writing. The aroma is enticing, and the overall display is rather pleasing. While I'd recommend incorporating a bit more sauce, Moss's Barbecue has certainly upheld its esteemed reputation thus far. For some reason, she loved to narrate over herself while writing, but it had become a habit of hers, and it was too troublesome to change it. All right, it's time to try it. Sniffing the food and feeling its powerful aroma, her mouth started to salivate. What a great smell! Licking her lips, she brought the bun near her mouth and took a bite. Her eyes immediately squinted with joy as the juices exploded in her mouth, and an intense flavor spread into her tongue. The more she chewed, the more the flavor intensified. Stronger and stronger and... Hold on. Evelyn's chewing slowed. Something wasn't. All of a sudden her lips twisted. And PFTTT. The food flew out of her mouth shortly after. Holding onto her throat, her eyes turned bloodshot as she held her throat with both hands. Salty. Help. On the very same day, the Iron Tongue left a scathing review on the Empire Times. Moss's Barbecue. I've never been to the sea, but I know now what it tastes like. Never again. The shop closed shortly after. The next 2 days of the festival went by in a flash. Before I knew it, it was the day of the play. Staring at the script before me, I closed my eyes and tried to immerse myself in the role. I felt my face twitch and a series of emotions flooded my mind. From fear to anger to sadness. I circulated through all the emotions, but even as I tried my best to find the right combination, I never felt satisfied. It's not working. Opening my eyes, I stared at my reflection from the mirror positioned in front of me. I was currently dressed in common clothing. A pair of brown pants and a white shirt tucked underneath. I looked like a regular person. At least in this world. To talk. I heard a knock coming from the entrance of the room, and turned in the direction of the door. Come in. Ah, hello. The one who had entered was none other than the writer. She had a nervous expression on her face. How are you doing? I could tell why she was worried. I'm fine. Then. It should be fine. Only then did her face lit up. Really? Yes. Ah, that's great. Placing her hand on her chest, she let out a visible sigh of relief. It's not like I doubt you. Everyone has seen your skills, but the way you abruptly left at the reading, and how you haven't shown up for the practices left the others a bit worried. But I know it's because you're trying to practice method acting. For this reason, we allowed you to do what you wanted, but I was still pretty worried. I just quietly listened to the side without saying anything. What method acting? I simply just couldn't do it. I still let the misunderstanding go on. It wasn't as if I could just tell her I couldn't do it. At least, not this late into the play. Okay then, the play will start in a bit. I'll leave you to it. With those words, she left the room, and closed the door behind her. Clank. A strange silence gripped my surroundings as I stood still, and turned to face the mirror. Placing the tips of my fingers over the edges of my mouth, I lightly pushed them up into a smile. Crazy. 30 minutes before the play. Aoife stood in her room, and looked at herself in the mirror. Hi. In one moment, her expression was calm and cheerful. It was a stark contrast to her usual self. Her smile was also extremely piercing. But in the next moment. Why are you doing this to me? Her face was pale, and her pupils shook. It was a complete change that took less than a couple of seconds. Staring at the mirror, all Aoife could see was a scared woman. Fear had completely overtaken her as her entire body trembled. From the little details of her expression to the coloring of her face. It was perfect. She was perfect. Gradually, her face returned to normal. Her efforts had finally paid off. Although her role was small, she was confident that she wouldn't be swallowed by his acting like before. That at the very least she'd be able to keep up against him. Hugh. Though she thought like that, she couldn't help but be nervous. Aoife didn't try to push the nervousness away. Rather, she tried to embrace it. The nervousness came from the fear of not being able to perform well. Her performance was a representation of fear. For that reason, she used the emotions she was currently feeling to further fuel her immersion. I can do it. She had to do it. Aoife retrieved some makeup and lightly dabbed it underneath her eyes, concealing the noticeable dark circles beneath. It had been a while since she had slept properly, but to her, it was worth it. Even if her role was small. I'll take over the stage. If that was the last thing she did. Because she was Aoife K. Megrail, the princess of the empire, and her own harshest critic. News of the newest play by the renowned writer Olga had already made waves throughout the empire. After a lot of changes, the name of the play was finalized to The Enigma of Midnight Manor. At the back of the theater, Leon stood by as he watched all the seats slowly start to fill. There's so many people attending. There was a certain tension hanging at the back of the stage. Having worked for the past week to ensure that the project would flow well, all the staff and cadets were eagerly awaiting the final results of the play. Would their hard work pay off? From what I've heard, all the seats have been sold. That's over 2,000 seats. It's crazy. Oh my God. Look over there. That's Jace Milner from the Black Hound Guild. Ah. That's Clara from the Thorn Roses Guild. I see more. There's so many big shots attending today. Most of the nervousness came from the important figures that were attending today's play. Glancing around, Leon could see that most of the important members of the major guilds were present. Because of how many important figures were present, security was tight. Not that it was required since everyone present could defend themselves. Unfortunately, what they didn't know was the fact that while they could indeed defend themselves, the same wasn't true for the cadets. Thankfully, it didn't seem like anyone was a target. The only target as of right now was Julian, who was getting ready to start the play. He'll probably attack soon. Most likely just after the second act. While his target was Julian, his real goal was Aoife. For that reason, he was probably waiting for the right time to interfere. I should get ready. Their target was rather strong. Leon didn't think he'd be able to defeat him alone. However, with Julian, the situation might just turn out differently. Either way, he had a goal in mind in all of this. Turning his wrist, Leon checked his watch. Sensing that it was about time, he quietly left the premises. He had a place to be. The noise at the theater was starting to quiet down, as the play was set to start in the following minutes. Sat the very front were 3 individuals. What do you think? Do you think this play will get a 5-star? I'm not sure, but I have faith in Olga. We'll see about that. Dressed in formal attires, they were none other than the critics in charge of assessing the play. I've heard that they have several immature cadets participating. I know that this is a criteria proposed by Haven, but to be so confident in having it judged today. One of the judges shook his head. I don't know whether she's bold or just delusional. Who knows? I've heard that one of the performing actors is quite talented. Again with that nonsense. You've been in the industry for as long as I have. You should know very well that it's just standard bullshit to drive the publicity. I can bet you 100 Ren that he's probably just above the mediocre threshold. Don't get your hopes up. If you put it like that. Expectations were rather mixed. While on one hand, the judges believed that the play was going to be great, they didn't have much faith in the super rookie that was spread all over the news. Please disregard the fact that the performers are mere cadets when evaluating. If they happen to make mistakes, ensure to document them accordingly. This was a serious evaluation. They weren't going to let the fact that rookies were playing affect their judgment. Sat a few rows just above them, and overhearing the evaluation from the critics, Delilah cocked her head slightly. Today she was in her usual form, and while seated down, she could feel the gazes of all those around her wander to her. What do you think about what they said? Do you agree with them? Seated next to her was a handsome man with well-polished features and green eyes. He was the current vice leader of the Order of the Silver Seraphs, one of the 15 major guilds. He was about her age, and while he wasn't as powerful as her, he was someone who was held in high esteem. Looking at him, Delilah shook her head without saying anything. So you think the performances of the rookies will be good? Delilah didn't say anything again. In all honesty, she didn't know. Would Julian even be a great actor? Sure, he was an emotive mage, but displaying emotions was different from influencing emotions. There was also Aoife. Was her acting going to be great? Glancing to her side where a familiar yellow-eyed figure sat, she leaned back on her chair. Atlas Migrail. It was rare for her to see him attend such gatherings. However, given that his niece Aoife was performing, perhaps he decided to take his time to watch. Delilah wasn't sure. He was a hard man to read. Personally, I agree with them. We're talking about some of the best actors in the entire empire. How is it possible for mere cadets to compete with them? I think they'll be carried by Dash. His words ceased abruptly as the theater's lights flickered off, plunging the surroundings into darkness. It's starting. Quiet down. Swoosh! The curtain spread, and the stage lights flickered open, revealing the insides of a bakery. Talk. A lone footfall shattered the silence enveloping the surroundings as a figure clad in a brown jacket and top hat strode in. Following right behind him was a man wearing a gray undervest and squared frame glasses. Joseph and his assistant had made their appearance. Whom? Yawning, Joseph, who Darius was playing, looked around. His voice was crisp and audible for all to hear. Ah. This is where she worked, is that correct? Yes, this is the bakery. There wasn't much dialogue to start with, but the audience was already drawn by the start of the play. There was something about the acting and the sullen atmosphere surrounding the bakery that made one wonder what exactly was happening. Emily Stein. Fixing his glasses, the assistant unfurled a piece of paper from his breast pocket as he leaned his head back to get a better read. The owner's daughter. According to the details, she seems to have vanished sometime yesterday. Yeah. I see. With a subtle nod, Joseph surveyed the surroundings, idly tracing his finger along the surface of the bakery, staring at his finger in the process. With a lazy expression on his face, he ruffled his hair before his eyelids partially closed. Place looks clean. Perhaps used to the sight he was seeing, the assistant looked around before seriously muttering. There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with the place. The crime likely occurred outside of the bakery. Should we? Give me a second. Covering his mouth and letting out another yawn, Joseph dragged one of the wooden chairs back and sat down. Hugh, I'm getting too old for this. Albert, how about you survey the bakery for evidence while I take a gnaw? Recover my energy. Adjusting his glasses, Albert opened his mouth, but held his words back and nodded. He went on to leave the stage, leaving Joseph the only one remaining. With his back facing the audience, he stared ahead. No one could truly make out his expression. It was hidden from all to see. Emily Stein. The only thing they could detect was his voice. A change occurred in the audience when he spoke. There was a sudden change in tone, his voice no longer sounding lazy, but extremely serious and hoarse. It served to build tension as the lights of the stage flickered and darkness enveloped the surroundings. CLA. Disappeared yesterday. In the darkness, Joseph's voice continued to echo. Baker's daughter. Was looking for missing equipment. His words, though soft, gently reached the ears of all the audience present as a strange tension suddenly gripped the surroundings. What a problematic scenario. CLA. The light turned back on, and all audience held their breath at the sight that greeted them. Still sitting on the wooden chair with his back turned against theirs, the entire surroundings had changed. No longer was he in the bakery. He appeared to be in the middle of a long alleyway. But the most glaring thing about the surroundings was that gray. It was all gray. Delilah found herself immersed in the play. But if that wasn't all, standing right before Joseph was another man. With his back similarly facing the audience, he stood tall, staring at the end of the alleyway. There, a figure appeared. Wearing simple clothes and an apron, her beauty couldn't be hidden as she instantly captured the attention of the audience. Her expression was one of helplessness as she moved forward, towards Joseph and the men that stood before him. For some reason, the audience found themselves frowning at the scene. No, you shouldn't go to the man. He's dangerous. Even though he had done nothing, and had just stood there the entire time, the audience felt a strange tension coming from him as Aoife moved to him. Unknowingly, Delilah found herself leaning forward a bit. She wanted to get a better look at the scene. Excuse me. Do you perhaps know if any shops are still open where I can buy some parts for a broken mixer? The moment she spoke, everyone held their breaths. For some reason, there was something about her voice and tone that made everyone forget about her looks. She truly seemed to have embodied her character. The sound of heavy breathing echoed out as some of the audience members swallowed under the tension that gripped the auditorium, as they all looked at the mysterious figure. Each second that ticked felt stifling. Almost as if someone was trying to reach for their throat and choke them. That was until he finally spoke. "You're looking for a replacement." Despite not being able to see his face, just from the sound of his voice, the audience felt themselves holding their breaths. What sort of expression was he making? How did he look like? Does he kill her? With just a few words, he managed to bring forth many questions in the minds of the audience. The play continued. "Yes, I am." Aoife naively nodded her head with a strange glint in her eyes. One that contained excitement and hope. Such an innocent sight. "I know, yes. I know of a place." It only served to add to the tension that the mysterious character brought. "You do?" "Yes, please go straight. If you just keep going there, you can find it." "Thank you so much." Facing the audience, Aoife crossed the man and Joseph before disappearing. Yet again, silence gripped the surroundings as all eyes fell on the mysterious man. At the moment, everyone was wondering the same thing. What sort of expression was he making? They didn't need to wait for long to find out. Gradually, he turned his head to face the audience, revealing his features. Many held their breaths at the sight that greeted them. His appearance bordered perfection, with a visible jaw and well-maintained hair. His hazel eyes shone with a strange intensity that drew the eyes of all present, creating a suffocating atmosphere. And yet, despite his flawless appearance, none of the audience members found it within them to admire it. With an unfocused gaze and lips that flickered from a smile to neutrality, several of the members of the audience felt their skin crawl. If anything, his appearance added to the chill his gaze gave. "Are red," he quietly mumbled as his head lowered to meet Joseph's as he raised his head to meet his gaze. "I want to see it." "Clicla." The surroundings turned dark. "Clicla." When the lights turned on, color returned to the stage as Joseph was again in the bakery. Compared to the previously oppressive atmosphere, the atmosphere was now a lot less suffocating. Sitting in the same spot, Joseph remained quiet the entire time, until he lowered his head to rub his face. Face. What did his face look like? There was one clear disadvantage to the visions. It was that he couldn't remember the faces of the parties involved. Damn it. But it wasn't without hope. White shirt, brown pants, and undervest. He could remember the clothes he had worn, and the location of the incident. Coming down from the stairs was his assistant Albert, who pushed his glasses back up. "I wasn't able to find any evidence. The place is clean. It's unfortunate, but we might have to look somewhere else for clues." His steps eventually stopped not far from where Joseph was. "What about you? Have you found anything?" "Detective." "Ah, right." Joseph snapped out of his thoughts and looked back. "What did you say again? Did you find anything?" "Oh, that." He shook his head. "No, not really. I do have some ideas though. Troublesome, but I need the money, so I have no choice." Finally standing up from his seat, Joseph took a long and dragged out a breath before turning around and heading towards the exit. "Detective. What are we doing here? This is the 5th house that we've visited. How is this supposed to help us?" "Just wait." The scenery changed. Coming out of the bakery, they appeared before a large wooden door and knocked. "To talk." "How can I help you?" Greeting them at the door was a familiar figure. Instantly, the atmosphere around the theater turned tense. And yet, for some reason, that faded the moment they noticed the warm smile on the figure's face. To the audience, he looked like a very friendly person. A vast difference from the person in the vision. The stark contrast made a few uncomfortable. Is that really him? It can't be the same person, right? How does that even make sense? Removing his hat, the detective introduced himself alongside his assistant. "Let me introduce myself. I'm Detective Joseph, and this man over here is my assistant. He too greeted the man with a polite and warm smile. A detective? Yes. I'm sorry, but could we ask you some questions? But of course. The man invited them in. But just before he let them in, he introduced himself. Oh, before I forget. My name is Azarias. It's a pleasure to meet you. Azarias? What a nice name. Thank you. The scene once again shifted. They were now all sitting around a wooden table. On the table sat a small tray bearing 3 cups of warm tea. I'm sorry for this. It's all I can offer. Oh, there's no problem. Taking a sip of the tea, Joseph joked. I can't tell the difference between good tea and bad tea anyway. It all tasted like grass one. In return, Azarias smiled. I can't say I'm any different. The atmosphere was light-hearted and warm. It seemed to be a regular and friendly talk between 2 friends. That, however, took a more serious turn when Joseph started his investigation. Just slightly, his demeanor shifted, becoming a lot more serious. I'll start off by asking a simple question. Where were you yesterday night at around 10 p.m.? At around 10 p.m. Despite the sudden shift in Joseph's demeanor, Azarias didn't seem to be fazed as he started to seriously ponder. I'm not sure. I think I was at my store. If you don't know, I'm the owner of a flower shop. A flower shop? Yes, I love to take flowers. Glancing around, Joseph did indeed notice that the place was filled with flowers. You seem to like roses. I've been told that a lot. But it's not really the roses that I like. There are several others that I like. I see. With a nod, Joseph went straight to business. Opening his coat, he took out a small portrait and placed it down on the table. Emily Stein. He tapped the portrait with his finger. That's the name of the girl that has been missing since yesterday. Have you perhaps seen her before? Azarias only stared at the photo for a couple of seconds and yet. For some reason, the atmosphere felt suffocating. Even with his warm features and expression, there was something offsetting about him. Gradually, he picked up the picture and took a look at it. I think I've seen her before, I'm not quite sure where. You have? Yeah, but I'm not quite sure where. It's a small town. She worked at the bakery down the street. Perhaps that's where you've seen her. Ah, that's perhaps where. Azarias smiled yet again, slowly placing the portrait down and shaking his head. I'm sorry, but I wish I could help you out more. If there's anything that I can do to help the investigation, I'd be more than willing to help. That would be appreciated. Turning around and staring at the flowers, Joseph had a sudden thought as he voiced out. That store of yours. You won't mind if we visit it, right? My store. Confused, Azarias tilted his head. Joseph continued, this time, his demeanor was less serious than before as it returned to the friendly one from before. I've been meaning to buy a few flowers for my wife. I might as well take advantage of the opportunity. I hope you don't mind. Plus, I can do a small check around. If you're innocent, I'm sure you won't mind, right? Ah. Azarias's eyes flickered slightly. It was only brief, barely noticeable if one didn't pay close attention. But to the audience who was indeed paying attention, it was all seen. Unfortunately, nobody could tell whether Joseph had noticed or not as he happily smiled and received the keys to the shop from Azarias, who didn't follow him out. Ha, I will be coming back shortly to return the keys. Please don't run away. Though he said that jokingly, Joseph ordered his assistant to stay on guard outside of the house. Clank. Once the door closed, Azarias was the only one remaining in the room. Silence gripped the surroundings as he stood by himself with a warm smile on his face. It was a smile that lit up the room. But gradually, the smile started to change flavor. It slowly started to grow unsettling. Almost chilling. The lights started to dim, and right before the audience, the colors started to fade, gradually turning the entire world gray. But strangely enough, in the gray world, one color remained. It was the red from the roses. With azaleas standing in the middle, the curtains started to close, signaling the end of the first act. In the last moments before the curtains fully engulfed azaleas, he opened his mouth to speak as a familiar cold and dry voice echoed out loud. "I'll see you soon." The curtains fully closed then, and the theater turned dark. The first act had ended. Hoo! Aoife stood behind the stage and took a deep breath. The lights slowly turned on for the first intermission as the audience sat with their mouths closed, eyes still fixed towards the front. From their expression, it was clear that they were heavily invested in the play. "That's good." Aoife sighed in relief. It was clear that she didn't disappoint with her performance. But even so, staring towards a certain man, who was currently heading towards his private room under everyone's watch, Aoife lowered her head. It was still not enough. She was still not good enough. Just how much more do I need to do to keep up with him? She was honestly scared. Especially since their scene was about to come up. Aoife felt like she was in top form, but even that didn't seem to be enough. More. Her current form was good, but not good enough to keep up with him. She had to do more. Especially since he was watching her. Aoife couldn't let herself be swallowed by Julian's acting. With a soft hue, Aoife massaged her cheeks and took out the script. Swoosh. Swoosh. Ah. It was almost falling apart, as she had to try her best to prevent some of the pages from falling. Making sure that all the papers were in order, she focused her attention back on the script. Perfection. She would only stop at perfection. Ha! Coming back into my room, I sat down and took a deep breath. I was mentally exhausted, and my head hurt a little. Staring at the script, I flipped through the lines before putting on my makeup. Flip, flip, flip. The next scene was the scene where I would kill Aoife. It was another small flashback scene. However, this scene held great importance as the play was still in its introductory phases. My role was to highlight Joseph's ability. My death would come not long after. Compared to the whole script, I didn't have a lot of screen time. Even so, my role was important. I had to make sure to leave an impact on the audience. But it was that part that stumped me. I still can't get a proper grasp on this. I tossed the script over the desk. It was annoying. Regardless of how hard I tried, I still struggled to come close to understanding the character. It was just impossible. Azarias was a total psychopath. Someone whose mind and emotions were hard to properly understand. For a brief moment, my gaze wandered towards the four-leaved clover tattoo on my forearm. If there was one method that could help, then no. I was quick to throw the idea away. The wheel was a gamble. I could very well end up with an emotion that would have the complete opposite effect. Hugh. If only I could get into Azarias's mind. Ha! I massaged my forehead. What a troublesome situation. To talk. The play will start shortly. Please make your way into the stage. Hearing the organizer's voice, I took a deep breath and adjusted my clothing. Making sure that everything was on point, I reached for the handle and opened the door. What greeted me was a long and narrow corridor. I looked around. Where was the organizer? And why was it so dark? Something streaked past my cheek. I was hardly able to react on time, as I tilted my head just slightly to the right. Drip. Drip. I felt a sharp pain by the side of my cheek and frowned. Scratch. 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 From across the space, a subtle and repetitive scratching sound caught my attention as a figure stepped out from the darkness. You dodged that. His voice was hoarse, almost croaky as I remained silent. I stared at him without saying a word. Slowly, his appearance became known to me, and I lowered my head. So you're finally here. It wasn't as though I didn't expect this. No, rather. I knew it was coming. Although looking around and seeing that there was no one present, I found the situation to be rather odd. How did he manage to get everyone away from here? Scratch. 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 The only sound that echoed was the weird and unsettling sound of his scratching. You. Ah, I need that roll. He was breathing heavily and uncomfortably. With just a glance, I could see that he wasn't in the right state of mind. A psychopath. I remained calm. You need the roll. And tried to buy as much time as possible. The Azaria's won. Ah, yes. That roll. I have been waiting for this day for a very long time. An extremely long time. Scratch. 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 It bothers me, it bothers me. I controlled myself for so long. Long. So much control. Ha. I lost my role. Because of you. All that effort. How could that be? Theramost Bezomisortov mistake. I had a hard time understanding the last part of his sentence as he spat those words at a rapid speed. Perhaps because his anger was starting to rise, he started to lose his mind. Ah. This is nonsense. How could I tell Meadowstop when he have been waitin' for so long? The mana started to agglomerate in his direction at a rapid speed. So much that it was starting to feel suffocating. As expected, I can't beat him with my current power. He was simply too strong for the current me. Swoosh. His figure blurred, and he appeared right in front of me. I was fast to react, moving my left hand in front of me. Clank. A large metallic sound rang out as sparks flew, and I took several steps back. My entire left hand felt numb, as the chain scattered away. Ugh. I felt a sweet sensation at the back of my throat. I coughed several times. Shit. The gap between us was quite large, but it wasn't as though it was impossible for me. Well, not that it mattered. I wasn't alone. Julian E. Before he could finish his words, something smacked him by the side of his face. With a powerful blow, he staggered forward. In that instant, I clenched my hand, and purple threads burst forth, entwining around his ankles and hands. His entire body started to spasm as his face paled, and his features contorted. Awk. This? A figure emerged from the spot behind him. With a quiet step, Leon looked at me with a frown. Is this it? For now. I still wasn't sure if he had left something else for me. I'll take care of him. Go check around the stage. Got it. Leon disappeared shortly after. Only then did I shift my attention back to the senior. Now then. What was I going to do with him? It was the start of the second act. The audience was already sitting in their seats, waiting for it to start. Throughout the entire short break, none of the members of the audience said a word as they waited for the play to start again. They were all wondering the same thing. What did he mean by see you soon? Is there something in the shop? The air was thick with anticipation. Standing backstage, Aoife took a deep breath. All the noise drowned out from her ears as she focused entirely on her role. Ah. Ah ah ah. Massaging her throat, she tried her best to find the right tone and pitch. She spent the better part of the break doing so, and while she was busy doing this, she noticed a certain panic spread throughout the back. Where is he? I can't find him. I knocked on his room, but he's gone. What? How could this be? It can't be that he left, right? When she turned her head, she could see that all the staff was rushing around in panic. What's going on? Seeing how distressed they were, Aoife frowned. She was just about to ask what was going on when she picked up the conversation of a few actors beside her. Do you think he ran away? Just like the reading room. Damn it. I knew it. Last time he left because he couldn't do it. I guess the pressure got to him. But what do we do? This. I can't believe this is happening now of all times. Familiar with the events of the reading room, Aoife understood the subject of their talk. Her frown deepened. He ran away. Julian. Aoife had a hard time believing this. Recalling the scene she had seen a while back when he had been practicing by himself in the classroom, and pushing himself to the point where his own body was failing him, Aoife didn't think for 1 second that he was that type of person. She knew because he was just like her. Something must have happened. It was the only explanation. Clicla. The lights of the theater turned dark and the play resumed. Hugh. Aoife took a deep breath and headed towards the side of the stage. The next scene was her death scene. Do something. Look around for him. While everyone was still scrambling to find out where Julian was, she cleared her mind and removed all distracting thoughts. Whether he was going to show up or not, that didn't matter to her right now. What she needed to do right now was focus on her role. Is this the shop? It looks rather nice. Darius's voice echoed from the stage as the play resumed. He was now standing in front of a small flower-shaped. He was by himself and inserting the keys into the key socket, he slowly opened it, revealing the vast number of flowers within. To the surprise of the audience and Joseph, the flowers. They were all roses. No, not quite. Red. It was an odd sight, one that left the audience in question once more. I did think he liked roses, but who would have thought he'd like them so much that he'd have a whole shop of them? With a bitter laugh, Joseph walked around the shop. Just as he did in the bakery, he traced his finger across the furniture, seemingly looking for something. As he was doing this, a voice quietly whispered to Aoife. Get ready, your part is about to start soon. Understood. Aoife nodded with a serious expression. Looking around, she could see that the staff was still panicked. Julian. He was still not in sight. Ma'am? What do we do? At this rate. Get someone else to do it. Ugh. It wasn't uncommon for incidents to occur during a play. For that reason, extras were used to fill the role in case a situation arose. While they weren't as good as the main actors, they still knew the lines and what to do. Staring back, Aoife saw a man wearing similar clothes to what Julian had worn getting ready. He was most likely going to be Julian's replacement. For some reason, Aoife didn't like the idea. Rather, she detested it as her fists slowly clenched tightly. I didn't push myself to this point just to have someone else take over your role. Besides doing it for herself, another reason why Aoife pushed herself to the point of exhaustion was so that she wouldn't get swallowed by his acting. Aoife had to admit. He was far better than her in that aspect. It was for that reason that she pushed herself so much. And seeing that someone else was about to take over his role, Aoife felt as though half of her efforts had been for nothing. It was a frustrating feeling. One that she could only push down as she felt a gentle push on her back. Go, it's your turn. Nodding her head, Aoife took a deep breath and stepped to enter the stage. With his entire body weak, Alexander slowly opened his eyes. He couldn't tell what had happened as it had happened all too fast. His body hung suspended in the air as he felt weak all over. When he looked around, he appeared to be in a storage room. Alexander had a hard time seeing. His mind was foggy, and his vision was blurry. Where is this? What's? Because of how weak his body was, he could hardly get his words out. Just in time. A figure gradually appeared in his vision. I would have had to force you awake soon enough. How? Coughing several times, Alexander slowly raised his head. He tried to free himself from the threads, but his body simply refused to listen to him as the energy was drained completely out of him. I've been waiting for quite a while for you to act. With an indifferent gaze, he looked down at him. Wha? How? It doesn't matter how. Just know that I know you were watching me. How did you? Alexander struggled to grasp the conversation he was having. How was it possible for him to know that he was watching him? Furthermore, how was it possible for him to know that he was planning on doing something? His face twitched as his neck itched. If only he could scratch it. Still, he managed to force a laugh. Do you think this is over? There's more, I know. There's more coming, right? I know. Ah. The itchy feeling became more pronounced, forcing his face to twist. How could you? Who in the world? How? Mustering the little energy that he had remaining in his body, Alexander viciously screamed. His voice cracked halfway through, showing just how desperate he was. That's not something for you to concern yourself. But the man before him seemed completely unfazed. Just then, he took a step closer to him and lowered his body down. Their gazes met and Alexander stopped screaming. You're a psychopath. Those were the words that came out of his mouth as he addressed him. I play the role of a psychopath. What? A shadow cast over Alexander's features as Julian's hand drew near his face. Let me see your world. Talk. Under the bright lights that shone down, the sound of Aoife's step echoed. Tack. Tack. The color started to fade from the surroundings, and alongside the color, the sound of her steps became more rushed. Ha. Haa. Her chest heaved up and down, and her hands tingled. Tack. 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 It was quiet, and in the quiet world, a figure stood at its center. It was Joseph. He was looking right at her who was running in the alleyways. Haa. 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 It was really quiet on the stage. The only sound that Aoife could perceive was the rushed sounds of her steps and breath. It was a strange and uncomfortable feeling. Tack. Tack. It made her body feel weak and limp. While she knew that everyone was watching, slowly that feeling was starting to fade. Gradually, she was starting to immerse herself in the role. All the lights faded and emotions that she tried to force herself the entire week started to enter her. But I'm still missing something. Haa. Haa. Aoife could tell she had entered a zone. An immersive zone that would make all actors envy her. But it wasn't perfect. There was still something that she was missing. But what? What could she be missing? And then, her steps stopped. Oh, A wall appeared before her. Aoife's expression cracked, and helplessness washed over her body. With a flick of her head, she glanced behind, where darkness swallowed the other end of the alleyway. A figure stood in that darkness. It remained there, carefully observing her. Aoife squeezed her chest. What do you want from me? Her voice came out hoarse, almost screeching. From the tone to the pitch. It was perfect. Almost flawless. But it was still not enough for her. Something was still missing in her performance. What was it? Tack. She heard a soft step. The shadow inched closer. Get away from me. Gradually, the shadow's appearance revealed itself, and Aoife held her breath. Standing tall, and with the same flawless appearance of his, it was none other than Julian. He looked the same as he usually did, no. There was something different about the current him. It made Aoife's chest grow heavy. And took the words away from her. It was as if he had stolen her voice. It was then that Aoife finally understood what was missing from her play. Fear. It was real fear. Haa. HAAA. Ha. And staring at the all-too-familiar figure standing on the opposite end, Aoife swallowed. His eyes, hollow and devoid of any light, and yet filled with a certain madness, stared back at her, sending chills down her entire body. Ah! Finally, she felt it. GH. Fear. True fear. And her voice returned. GG, och. Get away from me. The scene took away the breath of the audience. From Aoife's realistic portrait of a young and helpless female in a panic to the man who stood a few feet away from her. HAAA. HAAA. No, please. Aoife's voice sounded crisp and smooth. The subtle trembles in her tone, added to the subtle shaking of her body, created an extremely realistic portrayal. Her acting was so immersive that the audience found themselves sitting upright. But while her acting was phenomenal, the man who stood before her was the true centerpiece of the play. Standing a few meters away from her, he gave off an oppressive feeling. Within the grey world, he alone sucked the eyes of all present. By just standing there, it felt as though the entire room was gripped under his hands, slowly squeezing down at their throats. Talk. The quiet sound of his footsteps shattered the silence that overtook the theater as some of the audience flinched. True was also for Aoife, who stepped back, her back pressing against the wall behind her. What are you doing? Portraying helplessness, Aoife's eyes shook. Yet again, there was no reply. The only thing that the audience could see was the madness in his gaze. Talk. With each step that he took, the more tense the surroundings became. Talk. For some reason. Talk. With each step that he took. Talk. The audience felt their hearts speed up alongside it. He eventually stopped before Aoife, who seemed to have lost her words. Fear had completely overtaken her. That was when Azarias finally opened his mouth to speak. The foundation of all masterpieces is a great start. Just like in the tryouts, his words flowed smoothly from his mouth, delivered with an even and calm tone. Yet, beneath the calmness lurked a hint of madness, subtly veiled but discernible in the slight tremor that accompanied certain words. It sent chills down the spines of the audience. Aoife too felt the same way as she looked up at Azarias, feeling all hints of Julian disappearing from him. She truly was standing before a psychopath. The fact that she found it so hard to speak was perfect proof of this. He was simply overwhelming. All artists crave to create their own masterpieces. I'm no different. His face changed subtly as he looked around. He seemed to be talking to someone. Emily. The audience. I want to make a masterpiece. A piece that will be synonymous with my name. Or himself. Lowering his head, he stared at his hands. They were trembling. In the silence that took over after his last words, he raised his head to stare at Aoife, who suddenly lost her breath. How could? And so, the first brushstroke of this masterpiece shall be none other than your life itself. For the first time since the start, his expression morphed completely. His chest started to heave up rapidly, while the trembling of his hands became more pronounced. From where they were seated, the audience could tell exactly what he was feeling. Excitement. Delilah muttered unknowingly. Before she knew it, she too had become absorbed with the play. Usually, these types of things bored her. Who would have thought? It's interesting. Not only the acting but the storyline. Even now she didn't understand the reasoning for why Azarias acted the way that he did. It was indeed clear that he was a psychopath, but even psychopaths had certain goals and motivations. She was sure that Azarias had his own reasoning for his actions. But what exactly was his motivation? Pleasure? Och. The expected death scene came soon enough. With both hands gripping Aoife's throat, he squeezed down at her. Many of the audience members turned away from the sight that was before them. There wasn't much noise, but the sight spoke volumes to what was happening. Help! The struggle continued as Aoife swayed her hands and scratched Julian's arms. Even then, her struggle was futile. Och. Gradually, her movements slowed down, and her face turned purple. The sight was heartbreaking. Especially when one saw the utter sense of helplessness her face had. Until she limped over. Azarias remained still, his hands still gripping at her throat without saying a word. Finally, he let go of her. Thud. And she slumped to the ground. Ha! The sound of his rough breathing echoed throughout as he stood in silence, his head lowered to stare at the lifeless body. It became clear to the audience that his breathing wasn't rough because he was tired, but because of something else. Madness. A clear-cut madness that was on the very urge to consume him. And then... clank. 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 The rushed sounds of footsteps echoed. All of a sudden, several figures appeared on the other end of the alley. 4, 5. Wearing armor, they appeared to be knights. At the exact moment they appeared, Julian's head turned and he came face to face with them. No, he was smiling. The corners of his lips gently pulled up, twitching slightly as he eventually let out a soft chuckle. So, you're here. It was a laugh that contained both mockery and disdain. At that, the audience tilted their heads to question. He was expecting them. What's going on? Why does it seem like he is already aware of the fact that they were coming? All of a sudden, Azarias's gaze turned hollow as the madness that was threatening to spill out started to really spill out from him. It was a sight that chilled the ears of the audience. Immediately, one of the knights lunged at him, swinging their sword down. Clank! The loud metallic sound echoed throughout as the blade came into contact with the hard ground. What's going on? The audience was stunned by the loud sound of the sword. For a brief moment, they thought that he had swung for real. But in reality, the knight had truly swung for real. They're starting. The only one who wasn't stunned was Julian, who stared at the approaching knights with an indifferent gaze. Facing them, he could tell that there was something wrong with their gaze. It lacked any substance, seeming rather detached. They've come for her. It was obvious that their target was Aoife, who was slumped on the ground behind. Shying. Unveiling a dagger he kept hidden, Julian faced the knights. As he did, a genuine smile spread across his lips. It wasn't a fake smile, but one that came from deep within him. Ha dash. He pointed the dagger forward and whispered his lines. A supplementary piece to my masterpiece. Thin, almost imperceptible thread sneaked out of his forearm, moving down on the ground and moving towards the knights. With their senses numbed due to whatever state they were in, Julian was able to get the threads to circle around their ankles and arms. The process took no longer than a couple of seconds, and in no time, the knights rushed towards him. Ha ha ha. A laugh escaped Julian's lips as he took a step back and avoided an incoming slash. Swoosh. He ducked and avoided the next. His movements were fluid, almost seamless as he evaded all the attacks with a certain grace. Staring at the scene, some of the members of the audience gripped tightly against the armrest of their chair. The choreography was spectacular, with the slashes narrowly avoiding him each time. If only they knew that everything was currently being orchestrated by Julian. Pulling the threads at just the right moment, he was able to slightly alter the course of the attacks at the right moments, orchestrating everything as he saw fit. Such a scene was only caught by a few individuals in the audience as they frowned. Swoosh. Dodging another attack, Julian's lips trembled as he came face to face with one of the knights. He swung his dagger and... Poochie. Blood sprayed out. Suddenly, a burst of red broke through the gray monotony, creating a stark contrast that teased the eyes of the audience. Staring at it, Azarias's lips trembled even more. A strange wave of excitement was coursing down his mind. More. He wanted more. The madness that engulfed him started to consume him as his face twisted. Poochie. Poochie. More. Red splashed across the gray world. In his madness, Azarias seemed to have lost himself as he continued to stab and slash. His expression twisted into one of inexplicable pleasure, reminiscent of a child gleefully playing with a new toy. Slash. 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 This. Unable to take the scene, some of the audience members covered their mouths and whispers started to follow. He's not actually killing them, right? It can't be. But why does it feel so real? The audience wasn't the only one that thought this was real. The writers and organizers were seemingly lost in the performance. This. Are you sure they're acting? That. Olga looked at the stage in a trance. Although she felt that something was wrong with the scene, she couldn't take her eyes away from Azarias. He was perfect. The scene was perfect. Everything was perfect. There were no other words she could use to describe what she was seeing. To perfectly encapsulate the madness, as well as the ecstasy that he felt from his actions. It was just perfect. The only ones who knew that something was wrong were the more powerful individuals who frowned at the sight. Is this some sort of new method of acting? They could tell at a glance that the slashes were real. Delilah too could tell as she closely examined Julian. He appeared to be lost in his madness as he continued to manipulate the knights with his threads. It wasn't the first time that she had seen them, but seeing how he had used them to cleverly manipulate the knights to move as he wished, Delilah was impressed. What an interesting power. It should be fine. The only reason why nobody reacted was because none of his slashes appeared lethal. Rather, they were all superficial. Ha ha ha. With each slash, he delved deeper into madness, losing himself further. The once gray world gradually transformed, tainted by spreading red. It was an uncomfortable sight. Especially when thud, thud, thud. Ha. It became hard to tell whether he was acting or not. Standing still at the center of the alley, his head gradually lowered and the world froze. The entire time. Another person was present. It was none other than Joseph, who had seen the entire scene from where he stood. Julian's presence had been so overwhelming that almost everyone had forgotten about him. An unsettling, almost suffocating silence ensued shortly after. With his gaze directed toward Azarias, the detective's hoarse voice broke the silence that gripped the frozen world. It was you. Clicla. The lights turned off shortly after. It lasted for a few seconds before they turned back on. When the lights returned, the scenery had changed. No longer was the world gray, and Azarias was long gone. Joseph was now back in the flower shop. The vision had ended. Standing in the middle of the flower shop, he remained silent for a few seconds. Ha! As he took a deep breath, his body trembled. It was clear to the audience that he had been affected by what he had seen. They similarly understood where he was coming from. What they had just seen. It was hard for anyone to swallow. But it wasn't over yet. Now that he had found the culprit, he had to go. I have to go. Although he said that, he didn't move. It became clear to everyone that his body was refusing to move. Fear had taken over his mind. I need to go. Only when he repeated the same words over and over again did he finally exit the flower store and trace his steps back to the familiar house. The moment he reached the door, he was surprised to see it already open. Albert. He called out for his assistant but got no response back. Taking another deep breath, he stepped into the house. He needed to act calm. Azarias didn't know that he knew he was the culprit. Or so he thought. Ah! Entering the house, Joseph's steps stopped as his body froze. It wasn't just him. The entire audience froze too as they stared at the man who stood by the center, a figure lying motionlessly beneath him. Casually rolling up his sleeves, Julian looked directly at Joseph, no, the audience, and smiled. "You're finally here." The final act had begun. If there was one thing that I learned after entering Alexander's mind, it was that everyone's perception of reality was different. It was a simple concept. Everyone perceived things differently. In society, individuals who shared similar perceptions were more likely to form connections and get along. But there were outliers. People whose perception of reality was so different that they couldn't fit it anywhere. Alexander was one such person. His world. It was boring. Completely devoid of anything. Usually, I'd be able to perceive the emotions of the person I used the skill against, but the moment I entered his mind, all I perceived was emptiness. It was a strange feeling. But at the same time dangerous. Addicting, almost. Once I saw just how peaceful a world without emotions was, I started to lose my sense of reality. I just wanted to bask in such a world for as long as possible. But such a peaceful world didn't truly exist. It was merely a fake sense of tranquility. A world without emotions was a bland world. Alexander's perception of emotions was much lower than a regular person's. It was for that reason that he sought to feel them. It was to not feel so alone anymore. It was this fundamental understanding of his mind that made me immerse myself in the mind of Azarias. His story wasn't much different from Alexander's. He was a man who lived in a colorless world, someone whose world was entirely painted in gray. It was hard for me to understand a world like that. But now I understood. Blinking my eyes, I looked around. Everything was gray and monotone. The more I immersed myself in Alexander's emotions, the more I realized just how bland his world was. I started to feel insignificant. But within that insignificance I spotted something. Red. A single rose that stood by the window of the room. It was red. And I could see it, starkly contrasting the monotonous world around me. My lips trembled. I wanted to see more of it. I wanted to get rid of the gray that surrounded me. Ha! H-A-A-A. I felt my breathing quicken the moment the thought entered my mind. Looking around, I found a brush. I traced my finger over it, feeling its texture at my fingertips. I started to paint the walls. Stroke. Stroke. My hands moved on their own. They danced across the gray walls, splashing the walls with the newfound color. It was a refreshing feeling. I didn't feel so lonely anymore. LVL1. Joy EXP plus 0.2%. Notifications appeared within my vision. I paid them no mind and basked myself in the feeling the red gave me. Ha! HAAA. Red had different shades to it. LVL1. Joy EXP plus 0.05%. From the textures to the shades, I wanted to see more. Stroke. Stroke. As if possessed, I started to move around while painting the walls by myself. I was fast, I was fluent, and I was free. Ha! But that fleeting sense of joy didn't last for very long as I stopped my hand. I need more. I had run out of red. Scratch. Scratch. My neck felt itchy all of a sudden. I felt myself grow frantic as if a part of me was being snatched off and thrown away. No, no, no. Scratch. 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 I needed to finish this. I needed to feel alive again. I needed to. Ah. Then I remembered. There was someone else here. Outside of the room. It was the detective's assistant. Right, that will do. The scratching stopped, and I headed for the door. In my hand, I held a dagger. One that I used the moment I opened the door. Hey, ho dash. Poochie. HAAA. My lips trembled at all the red that dyed my world. It felt orgasmic. And I wanted nothing more than to bask in such a feeling. LVL1. Joy EXP plus 0.05%. Slowly but surely, I could feel it. I was slowly starting to lose myself to the pleasure. Stroke. Stroke. My wrist flicked as the brush danced across the wall. With the concern of no longer needing to find more red, I focused all my attention on the masterpiece slowly unraveling before me. Ah, yes. At that moment, I lost sight of myself. I let Alexander take over a part of me, and just basked in the joy and excitement that I was feeling. It was such an addicting feeling. Joy. When was the last time I had felt so happy? I wanted more. Bask in it more. I just wanted to savor the happiness, even if it was fleeting. Stroke. Stroke. That feeling inevitably came to an end when I painted the last stroke. In the silence that took over my world, I looked up. I looked towards the masterpiece on the wall. It was perfect. In almost everything. But there was still something about it that felt like it was missing. I wasn't sure what. An audience perhaps. Ah, that might be it. Thankfully, I didn't have to wait for long for the audience to come. Clank. The door opened and a familiar man entered the room. I looked at his stunned expression, and a new wave of excitement washed over me. LVL1. Joy EXP plus 0.1%. Yes, it's probably that. He wasn't the only one that I looked at. Ah. In his direction. Right behind him, I could see thousands of different faces. They were all staring at me. It was a sight to behold. Their expression. They were all so vivid and real that I felt my legs tremble as my lips twisted up. You're finally here. My audience. Welcome to my world. The atmosphere in the theater was indescribable. Silence enveloped the space as everyone's gaze remained fixed on the man standing at its center. With just his presence, he sucked the attention of all those watching. His lips twisted into a smirk, his expression filled with nothing but pleasure as he stared at them. It was sickening. He's a psychopath. He didn't kill him for real, right? This is acting, right? None of the audience could find the right words to describe the scene they had just witnessed. It was brutal and hard to stomach. They looked around the room and held their stomachs. The once gray world now bled red, saturating nearly every corner. What have you done? It was Joseph's voice that broke the silence. Yet again, he had been forgotten by the audience who had been so absorbed by the men standing opposite him. Turning their attention towards Joseph, they could see his shoulders shaking. His gaze was directed towards his assistant whose eyes were closed. Do you like what I've drawn? Azarias's voice trembled slightly as his eyes gazed at the audience. For some reason, it felt as though he was looking at everyone individually. It sent shivers down the spines of some of the audience members, causing them to swallow nervously. Why, you're crazy. A monster. Joseph's words echoed the thoughts of all those watching. His voice was smooth, and the audience could see the emotions contained in his tone. From anger to sadness. It was all so vivid. If only they knew. Such were the true emotions Darius was feeling as he stared at the cadet before him. He was simply overwhelming. It was taking every ounce of his experience to keep up. A monster. Azarias curiously tilted his head as he swapped his gaze between him and the painting on the wall. Do you not like it? Is something missing? Tell me. Gradually, Azarias's face started to twist. Is something missing? Tell me. His powerful voice bellowed throughout the entire theater, as some of the audience members flinched at the unexpected change. His desperation was made clear to the audience. Scratch. Scratch. What is it missing? What? I've done it well. It's good. There's not dash. Bang. Azarias's voice stopped. Looking down, he stared at his clothes where a small hole appeared. Gradually, red started to stain his clothes. Ah! In the silence that suddenly took over, he looked up. Joseph met his gaze. His expression was twisted as his body trembled. Pointed at him was the barrel of a small gun. With trembling lips, Joseph stared at Azarias. His expression contorted as his face showed nothing but hatred and disgust. Thud. Azarias's body fell shortly after. In the gray world, he stared blankly at the ceiling as red began to stain his shirt, pooling around him, and seeping toward the wall where he had painted. Joseph's figure faded out of frame as all that remained was Azarias and the painting on the wall. Gradually, the red coming from his body connected with the wall. In the last moments, Azarias looked at the wall. His previously ecstatic expression changed. What replaced it was a blank look. It was as if his breath was being taken away from him. The audience held similar expressions as they stared at the painting on the wall. It was a rose. A thorny rose. One that slowly connected with Azarias, who lay on the opposite end. The rose now had a stem, symbolizing his integration into the painting. It all clicked then. So that's what was missing. There was something poetic about the rose that the audience had a hard time describing. Especially within the monochrome world. It stood out and almost felt blinding, making one unable to take their gaze away from it. And then... drip. As something dripped down the corner of Azarias's eyes, his quiet voice still managed to reach the ears of all those present. It's so beautiful. In death, he basked in the only color that gave meaning to his life. It was a masterpiece. His masterpiece. CLA. The lights turned off. A colorless world. Such was the name of his final act. While Julian was performing. Before the final act. Backstage. Clank. Sparks flew as a sword met against another. Swiftly twirling his sword against another's, Leon twisted it down and brought his fist forward, hitting his opponent right in the face. Bang. Uck. He followed up his attack with another. With a swift and decisive blow, his opponent fell down face flat against the ground. Thump. Hoo. Taking a deep breath, Leon looked around. There were a total of 4 people lying down on the ground unconscious. Wearing night uniforms, they were part of the actors that were supposed to show up on stage. He had been waiting for them at the back, in an area where the staff couldn't see. At the same time, he made sure to use as little mana as possible when fighting against his opponents. Given the powerful individuals sitting in the theater, he knew that his actions would alert them. For that reason, he held himself back to a certain degree. Thankfully, he was a knight and he could fight without mana. It was for that reason that he was able to suppress them. Where are they? Where did they go? In the distance, he could hear the frantic voices of the staff as they looked for the remaining members of the night groups. Weren't they just here? What happened? In the end, they ended up sending the remaining knights to the stage where Julian was. You should be able to take care of the rest. They weren't particularly strong. At least, they shouldn't prove to be much of a struggle for Julian. And he was proven right. Coming out of the room after he made sure that they had all been properly taken care of, Leon headed backstage to stare at Julian's performance. It was hard to describe. The brutality and madness of his gaze carved itself in his mind, and the minds of all spectators. It was a chilling sight. One that closely reminded him of a certain past. Staring at the scene, a figure overlapped Julian's and his lips pursed as he mumbled something inaudible. Clank. The stage turned dark and the scene ended. In the brief interlude, the background started to fade as the relic used to project the background shifted towards the next scene. Glancing around, Leon headed towards where the bodies lay and placed a small salt over their nose, jolting them awake. What's going? As expected, the moment they were jolted awake, they acted as if they didn't understand what was going on. This. Their faces twisted as the pain from the stab sunk in, and as Leon glanced around to see the staff quickly clean the fake blood, he covered their mouths and beckoned them to follow him. Follow me. Thankfully, because of Julian's performance, none of the staff thought weirdly of their actions. They were all too busy setting up the next scene and attending Julian. In the meantime, they treated their shock as something that came with Julian's overwhelming performance. Plus, given the unapproachable aura that Leon was giving off, none dared to go near him. It was for this list of reasons that Leon was able to get them to follow him without anyone suspecting a thing. But even if they did, Leon didn't particularly care. The higher-ups were most probably already aware of the fact that something had happened. It was for that reason that he didn't put much effort into hiding the fact that something had gone wrong. The only reason he helped them out was because he needed to closely monitor them. In case they lost their minds again, he'd be ready to act before they'd be able to do anything. Looking back and seeing that they were still confused, he nudged them with his chin. Follow me, I'll bring you to treat your wounds. Following Azarias's death, the play continued. It turned out that Emily, the baker's daughter, was actually an illegitimate member of the royal family, and her death had caused several chains of events to start. It was a fact that Joseph came to learn too late, as he was suddenly entangled in a large set of conspiracies. The story was filled with intricate twists and turns that would normally capture the audience's attention. However, you may persecute me as guilty, but here I stand, in all my glory, declaring my innocence. Nobody could truly focus on the play. In the back of their mind, the previous performance continued to replay within their mind. From his gaze to the last scene, all their minds could think of was about Azarias's last act. To the point where the colors before them started to feel uncomfortable. They just seemed out of place. This continued until the end of the play, where it took several seconds for the audience to notice. What followed was a modest round of applause. Clap. 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 As the claps went on and people snapped out from the performance, only then did the genuine claps burst forth and discussions began. Wow! That was insane. Several of the audience members found themselves hugging their arms as they talked about the performance. It was thrilling and mesmerizing. From the plot twists to the storyline, everything was perfect. But even then, a certain performance took it to the next level. Chills. I still feel chills. It was Julian's performance. He had taken over the minds of all the spectators. Let's welcome our lead actor, Darius Johns, who plays the role of Joseph. Within the claps, a crisp voice echoed through. It was the voice of the organizer who started to introduce the actors. Clap. 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 Stepping up onto the stage, Darius was welcomed by a warm wave of applause. Amazing. Well done. Next up, let's welcome our lead actress, Odette Ripley, who plays the role of Amelia Wilney. Clap. 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 You were amazing. I love you, Odette. Your acting was phenomenal. I'll continue to follow you until the end. The claps continued as one actor after another entered the stage. One by one they entered the stage and bowed with smiles on their face. To the actors, such a scene was something that they had grown used to. However, to the cadets who had played the extra roles, the scene felt overwhelming. Especially for Aoife, who stepped up on stage and heard the thunderous applause that was directed towards her. Amazing. You were great. You killed it. Taking in the praise, Aoife found herself struggling to keep herself from showing any emotion. Clenching her fists, she felt her heart prick with a certain emotion. All of a sudden, she thought back to all her efforts over the past week. How she had reduced her sleep, and the constant headaches she had to ignore just to perfect her role. Seeing the looks of the audience, Aoife felt that it was all worth it. That her efforts had been worth it. And then. Next up, let's welcome our next actor. Playing the role of Azarias, let's welcome Julian Ivinus. The moment his name was called out, the claps stopped and the stage fell silent. Talk. Shattering the silence was his calm step as Julian's figure emerged from behind the stage. At that moment, all eyes fell on him. He was different from the men from before. The madness that he contained before was long gone, and what replaced it was a stoic and detached look that seemed fitting to that of a high-ranking noble. The difference was to the point where the audience was starting to question whether they saw the same person. Within the silence, whispers started to spread. Are they really the same person? Why does he seem so different? Such stark contrast in demeanor threw a lot of the audience members off. All but a certain few who knew him. Staring at him from her seat, Delilah didn't say anything. Gradually, her eyes closed and her lips pulled up. Not bad. Truly. Not a bad performance. And in that moment the claps returned. Clap. 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 The audience erupted in applause as they centered their attention on the calm man at the heart of the theater who took the applause for granted. Almost as if he knew they belonged to him. You were amazing. I can't believe I've got to witness something like this. One by one, the members of the audience stood up and the applause intensified. At the center of it all, Julian looked around and lowered his head, as if to express his gratitude. Amazing. Great. The applause was overwhelming, surpassing that which any other actor had received. Wow. Standing in the middle of the stage, Aoife looked at the audience. She could tell that the applause was directed towards Julian. That all of this was because of him. And in that moment, staring at the man who was standing beside her, she raised her hand and followed the audience. Clap. Clap. Because she too had been captured by his acting as the audience had. Even in her jealousy, Aoife had to admit. He was great. Hoo. Coming back to my dressing room, I sat down exhausted and took a deep breath. Recalling the claps from the audience, I felt like smiling. It felt gratifying to see that so many people had appreciated my performance. It was unfortunate that I couldn't quite enjoy the feeling for too long. Ah! I clenched my chest as I took another deep breath. It wasn't as if I was exhausted, but the emotional toll that the skill had taken over my mind wasn't something that I could get rid of quite easily. Ha! Ha! Even now, my chest trembled as I tried to rid myself of the ecstasy that I was feeling. It was hard, but I was still in control. Most of it was because I was able to run rampant on the stage. If not for that, my struggle would have been worse. In the midst of my recovery, my mind couldn't help but wonder about the feelings that I was currently experiencing. Joy. Joy. Ecstasy. Excitement. I found myself repeating the same words over and over again. Joy. Ecstasy. Excitement. It felt as if I was on the verge of grasping something important about my powers. A breakthrough. When I think about it, even though what I felt were ecstasy and excitement, my experience increased for joy. What did that mean? What was joy? It wasn't simply happiness. There was more to it, and it became apparent to me after reading Alexander's mind. The same must be true for the other emotions. There were 6 basic human emotions. Love, fear, anger, joy, sadness, surprise. However, when thinking carefully, there existed a further classification. More fundamental ones that branched from the 6 main ones. Anger, wrath, fury. I found myself immersed in my thoughts as I suddenly felt a more concrete direction to head with my emotive magic. An idea suddenly entered my mind. What if instead of making someone just sad, I can target something more concrete? Maybe like... I paused before muttering. Guilt. I opened my eyes wide at the realization. Wait, this can work. If I were to delve more deeply into this, then I was sure I could further deepen the power of my emotive magic. Yes, this can. To talk. Halting all thoughts, I turned to look at the door with a frown. Who could it be? I wasn't expecting any guests. Perhaps it's Leon. I had still not heard from him yet. The last time I had seen him was just before the last act, right as he led the knights away from the stage. HAAA. Either way, I stood up and opened the door, expecting a familiar set of gray eyes to greet me. But contrary to my expectations, what greeted my sight was an unfamiliar pair of yellow eyes. My heart dropped. Looking up slightly, a calm voice echoed out. It's nice to see that you're doing fine, Fekta. I stood motionless without saying a single word. Looking at the man who stood before me, it felt as if all the hair on my body stood. He was very strong. Too strong for me to imagine. Just standing before him felt suffocating. But it wasn't his power that got me. No, it was his eyes. Megrail. Yellow pupils. The symbolic trait of the members of the Megrail family. I knew well because of Aoife. Her eyes were also of the same color. In fact, taking a closer look, he appeared to look similar to her as well. But for what reason was a member of the Megrail family calling me Pekta? It couldn't be that the organization had seeped its fangs into the royal family of the empire. Are you not going to let me in? Staring at the warm smile of the man before me, I almost found myself losing sight of myself. Something was unsettling about him that I couldn't explain. Snapping out of it, I took a step to the side without saying a single word. Either way, I needed to focus. It was important that I didn't show anything that could give away the fact that I wasn't Julian. Thank you very much. Coming into the room, the man looked around casually before sitting on my seat, and our gazes met. I stared at his intense yellow pupils. It was a wonderful performance. He started off with a compliment. One that I took with a nod. Thank you. Oh. But it seemed like I had already made a mistake as he raised his brow. You're not very talkative today. I froze at his statement. It took every ounce of my willpower to stop my heart from beating faster. I was afraid he'd notice. Thankfully, I was quite adept at controlling my emotions. Looking around, I found a spare seat and sat down. Massaging my face, I mumbled. The performance took a toll on me. Ha! With a subtle chuckle, the man nodded. That's understandable. You've always had a hard time controlling your emotions. It must have felt great to finally let go for once, right? I almost saw your old self in there. Yes. Just faintly, I felt my heart skip a bit. I was walking on thin ice. Extremely thin ice. One wrong step and I felt everything would shatter. But within the danger, there was also opportunity. So the real Julian acted like that. Information. It was a great opportunity for me to learn about the previous Julian and the organization that I was dealing with. But before that, I knew that I was far from the clear. And as expected, in the next moment, the atmosphere turned extremely oppressive as I lost my breath. I've been wondering for quite a while, Fekta, but why is it that you've been acting on your own recently? My entire body tensed at his question. From your interference with the professor to everything else that came after. You've been meddling a little too much, no. While his voice came out calm, I could feel the underlying rage hidden within his words as the air felt even more suffocating. For a brief moment, I struggled to speak. Well? It was hard to speak when it felt as though a massive boulder was resting over my chest. Gritting my teeth, I forced my head up to stare and meet his gaze. Finally, I spoke. You should know why. The atmosphere froze then. With my head raised, I kept my focus on his intense yellow eyes that stared back at me with a certain coldness that made me shiver. Just as I noticed that his lips were about to part open to speak, I cut him off and continued. She's been watching my every movement. She suspects me. For that reason, I can't contact anyone. I've helped when I could, but there's a limit to how much I can do before my identity is compromised. For that reason, I chose to interfere. I'm trying to buy her trust. I knew this day was going to come. I had been preparing for it for quite a while now. It was for this reason that I was able to act rationally. I was merely following the script I had prepared in my mind. But don't get me wrong. I've helped when I was able to. You should be aware of what happened at the prison. I pointed towards myself. I was the reason they were able to escape. I'm sure you of all people should be able to confirm this. It was true, and also a calculated risk that I had taken. From the moment that I realized that the previous Julian was part of the organization, I knew that something like this was bound to come. It was for this reason that I took the calculated risk of failing the quest mission. I knew that it was important to have allies within the organization. For that, I helped out the professor. But that wasn't the only reason. The other reason was because I knew that something like this was coming. I needed a sort of alibi to prove that I was still doing things to help the organization. It was a risk I was willing to take to make my story more believable. And I was starting to believe I had made the right choice. Seeing that the sense of oppression that was lingering in the room was disappearing, I knew that my story was working. I finished my speech with a question. I did interfere in several missions, but the damage that I've caused is meaningless on the grand scope of things, am I not right? Yet again, he remained silent as his yellow pupils traced over my body. Silence gripped the room as I felt his gaze on me. Silently swallowing my saliva, I stared back at him without moving my gaze away. It felt suffocating, but I knew that I couldn't look away. Not yet. The entire time, he remained silent, without saying a single word. From where I sat, I couldn't tell what he was thinking, or what he was feeling. He just had an air of detachment. But the silence didn't last for long. Opening his mouth, he finally spoke again. How is your relationship with her? The air instantly felt lighter, and I secretly sighed in relief. Shouldn't you already know? A smile finally spread across his features. I know, but I still want to ask. It's nothing concrete just yet. The subject of the matter was none other than Delilah. Given that the organization seemed to have eyes everywhere, I believed that they knew about how she had been keeping a close watch on me. I chose to use that to my advantage and make it seem as though I was laying low so that I wouldn't be discovered while at the same time building a relationship with her. It proved to be the right decision. I can't tell at all what she's thinking. For now, it seems like she's keeping me close to observe me. My movements are limited. You should understand why I am doing what I'm doing. I know. Then why did you send those knights after me? Ha! With another smile, the man slowly stood up. Call it a warning. I just wanted to see the extent of your commitment to your new role. I looked at him wordlessly. See the extent of my commitment to my new role. What did he mean by this? There's no need to be so displeased. I only used mild hypnosis on them. They shouldn't have posed a threat to you to begin with. On the bright side, it spiced up the play, didn't it? This bastard. For now, keep doing what you're doing. What you told me is more or less in line with what I've been suspecting. If you need any help, you can always reach out to me. Otherwise, I will find a new way to contact you. Report to me everything that you notice with her. Heading towards the door, the man turned around and our eyes met again. Though his smile appeared warm, all I felt were chills. Keep up the good work, Fekta. Clank. The room fell silent again after his departure. But even as he left, I remained tense. It felt as though I had years shaved off of my life at that moment. Our talk had only lasted for a few minutes, but it had felt like an eternity to me. Hoo! It was only after a few more minutes had passed that I finally let out a long breath and let my body relax. Fucked. My situation was fucked. But, haha. Some way, somehow, I was able to bullshit my way through it. Even so, things were far from over. This was merely the start. I knew that much. Things were going to become a lot more problematic for me in the future. Despite that, I wasn't afraid. Gradually, my strength was increasing, and so was my awareness of my situation. In the future, I planned to make full use of my circumstances to achieve my goals. It was for this reason that I needed to remain patient. My time was coming, and all I needed was a little bit more time. The final act, you have overcome the event. The expected notification finally came as my vision flashed. You were able to prevent Aoife from getting targeted during the play, stopping her from getting seriously injured. Game progression EXP plus 6%. Game progression 0%-7%, 100%. Character progression EXP plus 39%. EXP 0%, 11%, 100%. Ha! I closed my eyes and let the power seep into my body. A warm current flowed as the density of my mana increased. It was a familiar feeling. One that I was slowly starting to grow addicted to. I wanted to bask in the feeling for longer, but it didn't last much longer as it soon stopped. When I opened my eyes again, I stared at my experience bar. Level 22, 11%. Not bad at all. With all the training I had done over the past few weeks, I had seen a large increase in my strength. Not only that, but so was my proficiency in my emotions. Shortly after, a new notification flashed. Calamity progress. Aoife K, Migrail 1, slumber. Progress 0%. Kira Milne 2, slumber. Progress 9%. Evelyn J, Verlis, slumber. Progress 0%. I silently stared at the new notification for a few moments before waving my hand. All right. I closed my eyes and leaned back on my chair. The exhaustion from everything finally started to take over as my consciousness started to blur. With everything done, I could finally rest. Is this them? Entering a certain room, Delilah glanced around before settling her gaze over the bodies sprawled on the floor. They weren't dead, but judging from the bruises on their bodies, they were obviously passed out. Did you detect anything? Yes. Standing up, a man with blonde hair and green eyes, Dr. Gable Wright, lazily rubbed his hair. There's no trace of any spell being used on them. Pinching his fingers together, which were currently covered by a blue glove, he rubbed them together. I believe Zyron powder was used. It's a rather weak hallucinat that can be used to turn people into mindless zombies for several hours. The doctor looked up to meet Delilah's gaze. Of course, when I mean weak, I mean that it doesn't affect those that have reached a certain strength. I'd say above tier 3. Dr. Gable went on to give Delilah a more detailed description of what the drug did. In the end, his assessment was, it's good that it was taken care of before they could go out. Either way, this was no accident. That's probably pretty obvious to you already. While I am unsure who, I don't think their goal was grand. My best bet is that they were giving a warning, or testing something. Mumbling to himself while pinching his chin with his hand, he frowned. But I could just be overthinking. It's just that I have a hard time thinking they'd try anything big, when you take into account that Zyron powder only turns them into mindless people who can hardly think for themselves. Even the weakest mage can take care of them. Standing by the side, Delilah didn't say anything and just listened to the doctor's analysis. But if one paid close attention, they'd notice a slight curl at the end of her lips. Finally, they had made a move. She had been waiting for quite a while now, and it proved to be the right gamble. The organization that she had been hunting for the past years, and had trouble looking for, had finally stepped away from their burrows. At the center of it all was a young cadet that she had taken as an assistant. While they were probably aware of the fact that she had their eyes on him, they were probably also planning on using him as a means to monitor her movements. Delilah was fine with that. It was a game of patience, and Delilah was confident in her patience. Whether she'd be able to get them to slip up, or she slipped up, Delilah was willing to gamble. Because she had that much confidence in her strength. So as I was saying, we should take some time to properly investigate the situation. I believe that if news gets out that dash. Clank. Cutting the doctor's words off, the door to the room opened and a figure walked in. Immediately, the atmosphere around the room changed. It wasn't oppressive, but there was a certain air of regality and nobility that made one want to bow down before them. Turning her head, Delilah made contact with the man. His yellow pupils immediately stood out to her, as he returned her gaze with a smile. "I'm done on my end." Closing the door behind him, he walked in and scanned the room, briefly pausing his gaze on the 4 cadets on the floor. "Zyron powder, am I right?" Stunned, the doctor looked at him. Atlas chuckled in return. The ones that did make it out to the stage also were affected by the powder. They were. The sudden revelation stunned the doctor, who blinked his eyes repeatedly. "Ha ha, yeah. You probably didn't notice, but we all did during the play. I got several questions asking me whether something had happened. I had to tell them that it was all merely part of the act, and a new way of method acting. Is this true?" Turning his head, the doctor faced Delilah, who blinked her eyes once before nodding. "Yes." There's no need to worry." Atlas reassured in a calm tone. "They're being taken care of by others. They are currently unaware of what happened to them." A talented cadet had noticed that something was off during the play, and had the cadets escorted away to keep an eye on them. "Is that so?" "Yes." Delilah watched the entire exchange from the side. The entire time, her gaze wandered over to Atlas. He was an enigma to her. As a member of the Megrail family, a very high-ranking member at that, one that could compete for the throne, he chose to work at Haven. It was a choice that didn't make sense. While it was also true that people thought the same way about her, she had also made her ambition rather clear. "We don't have much time." The speed at which the mirror dimension was expanding was rapidly increasing each year, and Delilah knew that it wouldn't take long before the entire world was swallowed up. For this reason, she chose to work at Haven. With her strength, she wanted to help out and nurture the future generation. It was also because of her ambition that she stood on the opposite end of the Megrail family. Their tyrannical laws that stunted the growth of the younger generation were something that she wanted to be removed at all costs. For them to survive in the future, she had no choice but to oppose them. And for that very reason, Delilah treated Atlas with the utmost caution. Was he here to monitor her, or did he have another goal in being here? As if sensing her gaze, he turned his head, and their gazes met. Right. You want to know about Julian, right? I had a talk with him like I told you before. He is doing fine. There are no injuries on him. He said he was a little startled by the situation, but hardly noticed it because he was so immersed in his role. Thinking about it, he did a wonderful job. In any case, you don't have to worry about him. He doesn't seem to be involved in this matter. I see. Delilah quietly nodded her head. Keeping her usual composure, she took one last glance at the bodies beneath before heading out of the room. She felt uncomfortable in Atlas's presence. Even though he was weaker than her, he gave off an unpleasant feeling. Passing by him, she heard a few parting words from him. I heard he's your assistant. Do take care of him. He's quite talented. Those were the last words she heard before leaving. As she left, her lips gently opened as she quietly mumbled. I know. The festival was an event that hosted many attractions. In particular the play, and the combat experience by the cadets. Unfortunately, due to some circumstances, it was postponed by the Academy for the next month. While some of the guests were understandably annoyed, there was nothing they could do about it. And with that, the festival neared its end. It was dark outside, and I sat on a bench. Leaning against it, I stared at the night sky. It was filled with stars, and the moon shone brightly. The sight was one that always took my breath. In the last moments of my life, the only thing that I remember seeing was the ceiling lights of the hospital room. The air I now breathed felt refreshing. A stark contrast to the stifling one in the hospital room. Every day, I'd just take a few moments to appreciate what I once took for granted. It was weird, but losing everything made me understand just how important the little things were to me. A dumb thought. What is? A figure appeared beside me all of a sudden. When I turned my head, I saw Leon standing on the other end of the bench. With his hands in his pockets, he similarly stared at the moon. I took care of the ones that were probably going to give you a hard time. Oh. He turned his head. A word of thanks. I tilted my head. Aren't you my knight? I am. Okay. What? I'm thinking of resigning. What a pity. I'm not paying for your severance fee. None of us said another word as the surroundings were engulfed in silence. I thought it'd be like that until one of us spoke again, but strangely, the silence was shattered by Leon, who covered his mouth with his hand. PFTT. Was this guy? Are you laughing? For some reason, just faintly, my lips pulled up into a smile. There was something about Leon holding his laugh back that felt contagious. Shaking my head, I looked up at the sky again. It was Leon who spoke first. You're different compared to him. I know. It became clear to me after my last talk. You know what he told me the last time I told him I would quit? What did he say? Nothing, he just slapped me. Blinking, I looked back to Leon. Should I have done that too? You can try. I thought about it for a good second before shaking my head. I'm not into that stuff. It's definitely not because I was afraid he'd slap back. Staring at me for a brief moment, Leon shook his head and leaned back on the bench. As his smile started to fade, he started to speak. Do you miss it? Miss it? Miss what? Home. Ah. Home. Right, I had one. Or did I? Thinking back, I never truly had a home. I wasn't rich enough to be able to afford a proper one. I was only able to rent a small studio apartment while I paid for my brother's education. The reality of the matter was that I had no home. But even so, I do. Because my home was wherever my little brother was. Is that so? I turned to look at Leon. What about you? It had been a while since I knew him, but in actuality, I hardly knew anything about him. Besides the fact that he was my knight, he was a complete enigma to me. I was a little curious. Do you miss your home? At first, Leon didn't say anything. I thought I had touched a sour spot, but just as I was about to speak again, he spoke over me. I don't remember. I see it sometimes. When I sleep. In your dreams. Yes. Leon nodded his head. My youngest memory is that of when I first joined the Ivinus household when I was young. I think I was 10 or 12. Been a while now. Is that how you met Julian? Yes. Frowning, Leon continued. He was a lot milder back then. He used to smile a lot and was quite talented. He was the pride of the family. Then. Leon's voice changed, lowering a bit. He changed. Right. That much I expected. It wasn't a quick change. It happened gradually. Over the years. I told you before, but he used to smile a lot. At some point, he stopped smiling, and he turned into a completely different person. With a subtle laugh, Leon shook his head. And just as I had started to get used to his new self, he changed again. Turning his head, our eyes met. "You came along." "Ah. Right, I did." I opened my mouth to reply but closed it a moment later. In the end, I didn't really know how to reply to that. "Don't worry." Eventually, Leon shook his head and stood up. "I'm not interested in trying to find a way to bring the old Julian back. He's probably long gone. Maybe it's good that way." Brushing his hair, he took one last glance in my direction. "I didn't expect our conversation to spiral this way. Originally, I was just planning on telling you about the situation with the cadets that you took care of. In the end, I ended up rumbling about myself. I'll leave now." He was just about to leave when his steps halted. From the tilt of his head, he appeared to be struggling to say his words until eventually, he lowered his head to mutter. "It was a great performance." And then he truly left. "Did he just?" "Ha." Staring at his back, which slowly started to fade from my view, I shook my head and looked up at the sky. It was at that moment that my chest prickled slightly. The emotions from the performance were still lingering in my mind. They weren't as pronounced, but they were clearly there. Emotions, huh? I think I was slowly starting to understand them. Volume 1 end. A rather short volume, but it was the introductory volume for the story. To get an understanding of the characters and the power system before the story can start flowing more smoothly. The next volume will be a little bit different. And no, I'm not taking a break. The festival came to an end. Haven's educational department had its hands full with dealing with the aftermath of postponing the midterm exams. With the exams used as a means to assess cadets for the draft, their annoyance was understandable. Each year, the guilds only had one chance to pick a new recruit. For that reason, they needed to pick the right one. A mistake could cost them their future for the next few years. Hence why it was important for them to gather as much information and data as possible before the draft began. In the end, however, despite their protests, Haven refused to budge and they remained firm with their decision. On another note, there was a certain piece of news that was starting to spread within the Empire. The Empire Daily, breaking. The Enigma of Midnight Manor has risen to claim the coveted 5-star rating as the Empire's latest sensation in the theater. In a stunning display at Haven, the judges were left utterly mesmerized by the play. Brimming with complex plot twists and surprises, it held its audience spellbound throughout. However, if there was one standout performance, it undoubtedly belonged to the Black Star of Haven, Julian Dacre Ivinus. A dark horse in the Jovink Award. Will he be able to make it? Asterisk. Hoo. Putting the newspaper down, I took a deep breath. The Jovink Award. I had been made aware of it just a few moments ago. Apparently, it was a very prestigious acting award. As the clips of the play started to spread, my voice started to spread, and all of a sudden, I had become a candidate to win the Best Supporting Actor award. It was rather burdensome. However, thinking about the money that I would receive from the award, I also placed my vote on him. He was phenomenal. Some of the best acting that I've ever seen. Julian D. Ivinus. I started to push the narrative. I need the money, so I placed my vote down and sent it to the post office. I was just coming out of the post office when a figure appeared in front of me. The two of us stooped at the same time. For a brief moment, silence ensued. The first one to break the silence was Aoife, who alternated her gaze between me and the post office. Were you placing down your vote? Yes. Oh. I looked down at Aoife's hand where a small letter was nestled. For some reason, she seemed to be fiddling with it. Perhaps she was embarrassed with her choice. You're also placing a vote? Yes. Seeing how her eyes avoided me at all times, it was perhaps true that she was embarrassed by her choice. I was just about to leave when she asked. Who did you vote for? My face twitched at her question. Keeping myself composed, I looked straight into her eyes before saying, "You? As if not expecting such an answer, her eyes widened. "I felt like you did a good job. I can tell that you've put a lot of effort into your role." It was impressive. Just slightly, her body trembled and her head lowered. I couldn't see her expression, but I took that moment to leave. It's not like I lied. Well, the part where I voted for her was indeed a lie. But outside of that, her acting had truly been great. I could see that she had put a lot of effort into it. I didn't want to take that away from her. I'll vote for her next time, if the opportunity presented itself. Even as Julian left, Aoife remained standing on the spot with her head lowered. Even now, she was struggling to understand what had happened. Recalling her previous conversation with him, Aoife found herself clenching her fists. Me. His words. They were a form of acknowledgement. Acknowledgement of her efforts. It made her body flush with heat. It had been a long time since she had felt like this. The joy of knowing that someone was acknowledging her efforts. Even if it came from the unlikeliest of people, no, perhaps it was because it was him that Aoife felt the compliment meant more. He was clearly better than her. He was the star of the show and someone who was probably going to win the award. For him to tell her that he had voted for her. It was enough to make her laugh. Especially when she looked at the letter in her hand. I thought she was great. Captured my attention. I place my vote on her. Aoife K. Migrail. Thinking about it now, it was shameless of her. For her to vote herself. I thought no one would vote for me. Given Julian's performance, she thought she'd be without any votes. But who would have thought? Staring at the letter, Aoife let out a long sigh. It dawned on her how shameless her actions were. Aoife hated to admit it, but she had to be more mature about this. He was great. Way better than her. And for that reason. Ripe. Aoife ripped the letter apart. It was immature of me. Moving toward a nearby table, she wrote a new letter. In it, she wrote, "The only possible winner. Julian D. Ivinus." Once she was done writing, she folded the paper and placed it in the letter, which she then handed over to the post office. "Thank you for using our services." Coming out of the post office, Aoife stared at the sky. She felt liberated. To her, the acknowledgement of her effort meant a lot more than a single vote. Especially since that vote came from herself. Thinking about her actions, she started to feel second-hand embarrassment. How shameless. For her to even think about voting for herself. Aoife shook her head. Pathetic. The days passed like that. With the upcoming examinations, a serious atmosphere took over the academy. The once bustling place was now empty as the training grounds and library became full. It was to the point where they became overcrowded. Such places started to become impossible to frequent. Thankfully, I studied at my dorms most of the time. In the next 2 weeks, I followed the same routine. Take lessons, study back at the dorm, train my spells, and train the blue-ranked book. My progress wasn't anything fast. At least, not compared to how it had been in the past. However, it was certainly better than nothing. More than anything, I was just waiting to see what would happen once my spell reached the next level. Would they evolve? If so, how? Ugh. Stretching my body, I rubbed my haggard face and closed the book before me. Feels like I'm back at my job. There were so many things that I needed to memorize and understand. It was awful, but I had no choice but to do it. The midterms were important. Not only would failure mean expulsion, but the ranks would be readjusted. That meant that I could very well lose my position as the Black Star. I couldn't allow that to happen. The position was very important. While so far it had yet to do much for me, I knew just how important the name was to the guilds and outsider organizations. For that reason, I had no choice but to indulge myself in my studies and practice. Standing up to stretch my body, I suddenly paused and looked towards the corner of the room. There a black box rested. Thinking about the box, I frowned. It had been a while since I had opened it. No, rather, I hadn't touched it ever since coming to Haven. Stepping forward, I headed for the box and bent down. Click. With a click the box unlocked and I pulled the lid upwards. Instantly, my gaze rested on the sword that rested within. It's been a while. Right, I still have the sword with me. The one that had punctured my chest the very first time that I came into this world. I still didn't understand why that had happened, or for what reason the sword had been embedded in me, but if there was one thing that I was sure about it was the fact that the sword was important. Tracing my fingers over its body, I could tell just how sharp it was. It's a very high-quality sword. That much was true at first glance. Placing my hand around the hilt of the sword, I tried to lift it, but... It was heavy. Really heavy. Ugh. It took both of my hands for me to be able to even lift the sword up. What the hell? I didn't remember it to be so heavy. Ugh. The more I tried to move with the sword, the more I found myself struggling. How can a sword be so heavy? In the end, unable to hold for any longer, my grip faltered and the sword clattered on the ground. Clank. 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 H-A-A-A. H-A-A-A. Catching my breath, I looked at the sword with a frown. How could anyone hold a sword that heavy? Is this the difference between a mage and a knight? If so, it became clear to me that the sword would be of no use to me. I sort of expected for this to happen, so I wasn't disheartened. But a thought suddenly crossed my mind. What if I injected mana into the sword? What would happen then? I was quick to put my thoughts into action as I went on to grab the hilt of the sword and channeled my mana into it. Ha! Almost instantly, the sword became lighter and I was able to lift it up. I had only done it to test it, but I hadn't expected it to work. It was a pleasant surprise. This is dash. But the surprise was short-lived. Blink. With one blink, my surroundings changed. All of a sudden, I found myself standing on a rocky plain. The landscape stretched endlessly in shades of bleak gray, with jagged formations rising and falling like the frozen waves of a turbulent ocean surface. Above, the sun, though familiar, cast a hollow light, its shine muted by the heavy shroud of gloom that seemed to envelop everything. Stunned, I looked around. What's this? Blink. Blinking again, I found myself back in my room. And then... blink. Back in the space. Something gripped my heart all of a sudden as it started to beat dramatically. Looking around without blinking, I secretly swallowed my saliva. Wh-wah. Swoosh. The very fabric of the space around me started to twist as a hand slowly emerged from behind me, grasping my shoulder. As my head flicked in that direction, my heart stopped. Ah, this. With a wide smile, it looked at me. As if the very fabric of space had wrapped around its face, I stared at the featureless creature. And... bah. Thump. Bah. Thump. I found the beat of my heart again. What do we have here? The voice reached the depths of my mind, sending shivers down my entire body. It was rough, almost gravelly. As if a broom was scraping broken glass. My skin crawled at the sound of it. Blink. The world around me changed again. I was back in my room. I kept my eyes firmly open. Something told me, no, I knew that if I were to blink again, I'd be back in that world. What was that? I questioned myself, staring at my surroundings as I felt sweat drop down on the wooden floor beneath me. My pulse quickened and my chest started to rise and fall rapidly. I felt my eyes burn. What was happening? There were so many questions in my mind that I wanted the answer to. However, if there was one thing that I knew the answer to, then it was that whatever that faceless person was, it was dangerous. Extremal. My inner thought stopped the moment I noticed the fabric of the very space before me bend in the shape of a hand. Blink. The world changed again. Ha! All my instincts told me to run, and as I looked around the landscape before me, I felt a sense of helplessness as I realized. All I saw were endless jagged rocks and mountains. The air was cold and dry. There was nowhere for me to hide. As if it could read my thoughts, a voice tickled my ears, sending shivers down my entire spine. There's nowhere for you to hide. Blink. I blinked again, in hopes of getting away again, but that won't anymore. I've temporarily locked the space around us. I remained in the world. Blink. Blink. Regardless of how hard I tried, I found myself unable to return back. Panic started to settle within my mind, but amidst the panic, I forced myself from showing any of it. I couldn't allow fear to overtake my mind. Your mind is rather resilient. The space before me folded, unveiling the faceless figure from before. Though I couldn't see its true appearance, I could tell that whoever the figure was, it belonged to a man. Bedding the fabric of space as if it were a plastic wrap, he walked around me, closely observing me. Or more like sensing me. It was hard to describe. From the way he moved, it didn't really seem as though he could actually see me. It was more like he could sense my presence. Or was I overthinking things? Either way, I refrained from making any irrational movement. You're a cautious one, aren't you? The space next to me folded and a hand grasped onto my shoulder. When did he? Your heart is beating rather fast. Are you nervous? I swallowed my saliva. Oh? It's beating even faster now. Did my words scare you? There's no need to be scared. I can't truly harm you. We're too far apart. The best I can do is seal the space for a few minutes. I just sensed a familiar smell coming from you. An intriguing one. His gaze lowered towards the sword in my grasp where he leaned and sniffed slightly. Ha! Yes, a familiar smell. In the blink of an eye, he was next to the sword, tracing his finger over its body. It feels the same length but... With a sudden pause, the faceless man looked up. It's been used. As if understanding something, the faceless man smiled. What an interesting thought. His words confused me, but even as they did, I remained silent. My instincts told me that the less I spoke, the better things were for me. But even then... Appearing once again beside me, the hand went on to grasp my shoulder. The consortium. His voice echoed within the surroundings. Listening to the words he spoke, I remained quiet. In the off chance that he could hear me, I didn't want him to memorize my voice, or possibly reveal something I shouldn't have. No? Doesn't ring a bell. Looking a little disappointed, he continued. Then. Nocturne order. Again, I kept my mouth shut. He continued. Inverted sky. All of a sudden, the atmosphere became oppressive. My thoughts froze, but I refrained from making any movements or sounds. How did? Just as I thought he had picked up something, he went on to say a different name. Stygian Cabal. He didn't notice anything. I was just about to sigh in relief when he let go of my shoulder and muttered. You must be in the Nez and Sifa Empire. My mind blanked at that moment. It was as if all thoughts had been stripped away from my mind, preventing me from thinking at all. How? How did he know? I had been quiet the entire time, so... How? I was able to hear the answer shortly after. The Consortium, Nocturne Order, Inverted Sky, Stygian Cabal. Listing the names again, he continued. They're the name of the organizations that I created. Yet again, my eyes widened. But if that wasn't enough, the man continued. Each organization lies within one of the empires. To the world they are different, but to me they're all the same. Why do you think I've named them differently? I swallowed my words but knew the answer. Because it's easier to figure out who is from who. Because it's easier to figure out who is from who. As if he could read my thoughts, he muttered the same words I muttered in my mind. All I felt were chills as sweat unknowingly started to build up by the side of my face. The air felt suffocating, and I had to take each breath carefully. It would have been problematic had you not known the name. However, there's still enough information for me to work with. Casually blinking away, he appeared before me, walking around leisurely as he started to speak. The way we operate between each empire is different. You see, we don't want to feel too similar between each empire, do we? Pausing, he pinched his chin. Making them think they're all the same would defeat the entire point, wouldn't it? He flicked his head to face me. Between the 4 empires, we made sure that within 2, everyone, be it the commoners or high-ranking nobles, knew about the organization. I was quick on the uptake there. I instantly understood what he was trying to say, but even so, I remained silent as I listened to his words. While I wasn't exactly sure why he was saying all of this, I knew that he had a goal in all of this. For that very reason, I just listened and took in every word carefully. Had you not known any, then you were merely likely going to be a citizen of one of the other 2 empires. The ones where we made sure to keep the organization under wraps with only a few knowing. Suddenly, his empty smile widened. You knew about the inverted sky. I felt it from the beat of your heart. That's the name of the organization that resides within the Nez and Sifa Empire. And the fact that you know means that you're at least a noble. Falling into thought, the faceless figure walked around. The entire time, he exuded a demeanor of casualness. However, staring at him, I could only feel utter dread. My entire body shivered under his presence as notifications flashed before my very eyes. LVL1. Fear EXP plus 0.1%. LVL1. Fear EXP plus 0.01%. They just continued to flash before my eyes. Never before had I experienced such terror in my life. Not even when I had first used my powers. This was just overwhelming. What are you thinking about? A soft whisper tickled my ear again, as he appeared right beside me. I felt my body twitch at his touch. But even as I tried to distance myself from him, I found that my body refused to budge, almost as if it was glued on the spot. He appeared in front of me again. This time, with his wrist raised in a way that made it seem as though he was checking his time. Well, it looks like we're running out of time. His head turned, and I met his empty face. Just so you know, I can't hear nor see you. I can only sense you. But you probably already figured that out. Lowering his wrist, he smiled yet again as he pointed toward the sword in my hand. I'll be needing that real soon. Keep it well. I'll be coming for it soon. Blink. Blinking once, he appeared just a few centimeters away from me. Oh, and don't think about running away. My entire body tensed at his appearance. And especially his smile. You'll never be able to escape me. Blink. The scenery changed again. This time, I was back in my dorm. But even so, I held my breath back and looked around me. Touching the sofa, I made sure to check if everything was real. For some reason, even though I knew that it was, I still felt the need to check. I went on like this for 10 minutes before sitting down on the sofa and setting the sword down. I sat there without saying a single word. Looking down, I saw that my legs were still tensed. My jaw too. Every part of my body was tense. Even as I looked around me and saw that nobody was present, there was still this nagging feeling at the back of my mind that made me grow wary. Finally, I had found my voice. What just happened? It sounded unfamiliar to my mind as it came out hoarse. Where was I? And why did he tell me everything? It made no sense. For what reason would he? But it also clicked inside of my mind. The reason why he told me everything like that. I covered my mouth and felt chills run down my body. And the chance that I was to spill everything out then. He'll have a concrete idea of who I am. It was a trap. A carefully interwoven trap that one wouldn't be able to notice were they not paying extreme attention. And the sense of dread that I felt intensified. I leaned back and stared at the empty ceiling. All of a sudden, I felt the energy drain away from my body. Glancing at the sword that rested beside me, I had the urge to suddenly throw it away. What if he could detect its presence and find it? What if? I covered my eyes with my forearm. The feeling that the faceless man gave off. It was one of utter helplessness. It felt as if there was nothing that I could do to stop him. The fleeting sense of control that I had so desperately clung to in the past. It was utterly gone. In its place was only helplessness. Just who in the world was he? The midterms will be starting next week. I do hope that everyone is prepared for them. During the first week, we'll have your theoretical examination. Professor Bridget's voice echoed throughout the otherwise silent classroom. After that, we will be moving to the combat-related examinations. I hope that all of you are ready for what is to come. There will be a lot of people, scouts included. They will be closely examining your performances. She was currently giving us a brief rundown of the upcoming exams. It is important that you do your best during the examinations. Not only will you receive a new rank, but you will also have an evaluation given by the scouts who will use the information for the draft. It was just general knowledge. I more or less knew most of the information that was being given. But even then, I didn't have it in me to pay attention to any of the words that she was saying. The only thing that was running through my mind were thoughts about the faceless man. Who was he? No. I already had an idea of who he was. The leader of the inverted sky. But not just that. He was also the leader of several other organizations that resided within the other empires. The sheer idea of the power that he held sent shivers down my spine. Not only was his influence in this empire, but in the other empires too. What sort of concept was this? I desperately wanted to do some research on the organizations that he had named, but I refrained from doing so. That also felt like a trap. Knowing just how powerful the inverted sky was, I could tell that he had eyes and ears everywhere. One wrong move, and I was likely going to expose myself. I needed to tread carefully. Yet again, this sense of helplessness. The worst part of this was that I knew what his target was. The sword. I shouldn't have activated it. It was the whole reason why he was able to detect me. Had I not? No, it was bound to happen. One day or another, I was going to do the same thing. It was something that was bound to happen. But if only I had done it a little later. I knew that it was too late for me to regret it. For now, the only thing I could do was find a way to buy as much time as possible. The only thing that he knew was the empire I was from, and that I was a noble. I was still in the clear. What he didn't know was the fact that I was part of that very organization. At least, on paper. That meant that I only had one true path to take. Have more control within the organization. Julian. Suddenly hearing my name getting called up, I raised my head. When I looked around, I found that everyone was staring at me. I remained quiet and waited for the professor to speak. I had been too immersed in my own thoughts. I had no idea what was happening. Who are you going to choose? Choose? I blinked my eyes. I had to choose. Choose what? As if understanding that I wasn't paying attention, Professor Bridget sighed and shook her head. Never mind, I will select your team members for you. Ah. Looking around the classroom, the professor's gaze fell on several people. Your team members will be Anders, Kira, Luxon, and Josephine. Asterisk. It turns out that for the midterms, the combat sequence was divided into two parts: team and individual performance. According to the professor, cadets needed to know how to work well together. It was one of the traits that the Guild Scouts looked forward to the most, given that they sent extraction teams into the mirror dimension all the time. For that reason, a draft prospect needed to know how to work and lead in a team, outside of their individual power. To guilds, powerful cadets were useless if they didn't know how to work together with other members. At the training grounds. HAAA. Stop it. HAAA. I said stop it. Ha-heek. Stop. I'm sorry. Ignoring Kira and Josephine, who were bickering with one another, a sight which had started to become the norm within the classroom, I took a look at the other two cadets in my team. Anders and Luxon. Both were ranked rather high. I knew Anders a little. Ever since the incident back in the forest, he had mellowed out a lot. Rather, you could say he was on friendlier terms with me. Even so, it wasn't as if I was extremely familiar with him. The only one that I wasn't very familiar with was Luxon. With brown hair and blue eyes, he was rather handsome. Last I recalled, he was also ranked 5, and a knight. A powerful team member. No, all of them were strong. I couldn't complain about the team composition. UHT. Help. There was only one problem. Are you dissatisfied with something? Luxon didn't seem to be satisfied with the current arrangement. He appeared to be the only one like that, as he had been wearing a frown ever since we left the classroom and came into the training area. Turning his head, he met my gaze. Though he didn't say anything, I could tell at a glance what his problem was. So it's me. Right. I don't like this. His deep voice echoed throughout. Though it wasn't loud, it was enough to stop Kira and Josephine by the side. What's going on? Ignoring her, he continued. Since this is a decision made by the professor, I won't argue. I'm just stating that I don't like this arrangement. As expected, I was right. It wasn't as if I hadn't expected such a scenario. In fact, I had thought that everyone on my team would be in disagreement with the current arrangement, but it was surprising to see that he was the only one who was displeased. What do you want to do about it? It was a simple question. One that wasn't filled with any malice. But deep down, I already knew what he wanted. Still, he shook his head and turned his head. Nothing. Since the arrangement is like this, I won't argue. Oh? You seem rather reasonable. It was surprising, but at the same time, it made sense. He was a high-ranking noble who had been trained to enter a guild. While he had his pride, he knew the importance of teamwork. A rather impressive person. Do you want to spar? It was for that reason that I offered to spar with him. Perhaps taken aback by my sudden proposition, everyone looked at me. I could also feel Kira's gaze from the side, but compared to Josephine's and Luxon's expressions, hers contained a different meaning. Ignoring it, I continued. If you're dissatisfied, then I have no problem sparring with you. I didn't mind it, to be honest. There was something that I wanted to test. It was something that I had discovered during the play, and hadn't had the chance to properly test it. A new ability, perhaps. I wasn't quite sure what to make of it just yet. But it was certainly an interesting idea. As if still stunned by the sudden proposition, Luxon's gaze changed. Are you being serious? Serious. Unbuttoning the buttons of my shirt, I slowly rolled my sleeves up and tossed my blazer to the side. Still stunned, he remained motionless on the opposite end. But I didn't care and started to stretch my body. Rank 5. Though his rank was high, it was mainly due to the fact that Kira wasn't very good at academic studies. She was in fact stronger than him. The same was true for a few other cadets. In terms of raw combat power, he was within the tens. Even so, he was certainly strong. My strength had increased quite a lot over the past few months due to everything that had happened to me. I wanted to test the extent of my skills and the new technique that I was trying to grasp. Are you ready? Once my sleeves were fully rolled up, I looked in his direction. He too had removed his blazer and had rolled up his sleeve. In his hand was a wooden sword. When did he get that? How are we going to do this? At his question, I looked at the space around me and massaged my shoulder. It's a light spar. Just enough to familiarize ourselves and to please you. And the victor? Naturally he'll be the leader. Okay. Positioning himself in a stance, a thin veil of mana started to cover his body. I'm ready. Nodding quietly, I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. Hoo. Let's see how this goes. There was a high chance it could backfire, but I didn't really care about that. I was more interested in knowing if it was possible. And thus, with my eyes closed, I immersed myself in a familiar set of emotions and memories. As Luxon and Julian stood on opposite ends, Kira, Anders, and Josephine spectated from the side. This is so exciting. With her body leaning forward, Josephine alternated her gaze between Julian and Luxon. As expected, nobody can beat Julian in that department. Kira looked at Josephine in confusion. What's this bitch ranting on about? But hey. Josephine's head turned to face hers. Who do you think will win? Who? The obvious answer was Luxon, but I don't know. Kira didn't feel so confident in him. It was strange, but she just didn't see him winning against Julian. Anders. Turning her head, Kira saw that Anders was also silent. Judging from his expression, he seemed to have similar thoughts to her. Would you look at this? Smirking slightly, Kira reached out for her blazer pocket and took out a small box. Retrieving one out, she was just about to light it up when she stopped herself. Her gaze fixed on Julian, who stood motionless with his eyes closed. Feeling her hand grow antsy, she had the urge to light the cigarette. However, despite her mind telling her to, her body refused to. Tisk. In the end, clicking her tongue, she put the cigarette away. Whatever. You did you. Her action seemed to have stunned Josephine, who looked at her with widened eyes. For some reason, Josephine's gaze annoyed her, and she pushed it away with her hand. Go away. But you. Fuck, stop. It's starting. Indeed, the moment Kira said those words, Julian opened his eyes. However, the moment he did, the atmosphere around him completely changed. What the? Scratch. Scratch. A scratching sound echoed. All of a sudden, a familiar figure appeared in their vision. One that everyone present had witnessed once before. Be it live or through recordings. Everyone was familiar with the figure that stood before them. Especially when staring into his eyes, which contained a hidden madness. Opening her mouth, Kira mumbled. How does that make sense?